Hey, family. Hey, family. This is Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation Show. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation Show. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation Show. Boom, 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 boom. Do y'all know a lot about LinkedIn? Do y'all know about LinkedIn and what LinkedIn is all about? LinkedIn, just in case some of y'all don't know, it's a social media platform with business-minded people on, right? And they promote and talk about the things that they're doing, rather they're like if they have PhDs, licensed, certified, and they provide services, right? And the reason why I'm saying that, because I'm connected with LinkedIn as well, and I'm connected with BMO. I post stuff over on BMO. A lot of y'all don't know that I call myself starting a TV live stream as well, right? Restreaming to TVs as I come on this too. So now, mind you, I'm not good with doing all of this stuff on my own. You know, as far as being, say, I'm looking at a technician, right? But looking at somebody who's more certified or qualified or licensed in that area. My goal was to bring this young lady, she didn't reach back out to me, but was to bring this young lady on board to start doing my broadcasting network, because that's what she do. So that way, you know, I can back up and just show up and just be able to do my talk show and everything, not just Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but on Saturdays as well. Now, the Couch Conversation Show is scheduled to come on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 4 to 4:45. The Teen Talk Show is scheduled to come on Saturdays at 2 o'clock. But now my thing is, and that's PM, Eastern Standard Times, right? Just in case you out of the country. And the goal with that is to get somebody to host it, the Teen Talk Show. And it's called Be More's Real Teen Talk Show. And it's giving our youth a voice to let them talk about where they at, what's going on. You know, they can only go but so far, right? So some that might have been great or emmed or stuff like that, certain things I don't want them to go as deep. So that's the point of having like a professional to be there with them. So as they talk about like peer pressure, as they talk about whatever that's going on in life, basically what I'm trying to get to, and for the parents to be able to listen to your children. Because a lot of times, well, if you grew up in the era like I grew up in, children are supposed to be seen and not heard. That's not true. They're human beings too. They go through like the stuff in life too. So that was one of the reasons why I started the Teen Talk Show here in Baltimore City. And to make this a lot more clear, and y'all can research him, is Swaver, Sauver, Severe. And his name is called Maurice Thomas. He has about 8 programs spread around up in New York for youth programs, where he played in the movie Jump Street. I'm getting ready to say Bamboo Jump Street. Well, anyway, he created these programs. So years ago, I asked him, would he come to Baltimore City and help me to start a teen program like that too. So a lot of y'all, please keep in mind, and you can pass it on with your friends and everything. I don't mind. My goal, Stephen Lavelle Copeland Sr., is to come in with the solutions to whatever crises your city, my city, is struggling with. So basically, what Stephen Copeland does, he deals with a lot of your politicians, your polices. I deal with them, right? So that we can come together to create like solutions, programs, intervention stuff. But because of the way I deliver my message sometimes, and I know what I say out my mouth tend to run people off. I know it. That's because you don't want to hear the truth. Or you know the truth, but you don't want to work towards the solution of whatever issues or crisis we are fighting in our communities. So when you hear me say, I am a community activist, that means I'm involved within the community and politics. When you hear me say, I'm a community organizer, I am involved in the communities to help people gain control back over their smug infested facilities. I mean, communities. So y'all talking about rebuilding or bringing back the village. So when I mention I'm a community organizer, and if your community is running out of control, I will come in your community with the organizations that I'm with. The goal is to help you gain control back over your community. So when I come or when I have certain meetings in the community, you have to bring people that used to live a certain way of life and whose life has turned around so that they can share with you the process of changing your old ways of thinking, your old ways of living, and your old behaviors. Now, if you don't want to participate, guess what? You ain't got to. It's only for the ones that want to get out of that stuck. They stuck in a hopeless and helpless state of mind. They stuck and they need somebody to help them, show them how to move forward. But I'm going to tell you what a lot of y'all are great at doing. When you take somebody like me, and I tell you, I have 32 years clean. That's living a different way of life, right? And I know what to do to help you turn your life around. You'll talk against it. What you will do, not really intentionally saying it, but you will start saying negative stuff to discourage other people. And not, and being afraid. They're already afraid to stand up and stand bold. So when you come against a brother like me and you talk negative towards what I'm saying, and that's why when I say, I'll say it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. If it bothers you, it bothers you. I have 32 years clean from a destructive lifestyle. So why am I going to turn around when God rescued me and hurt his people? So what you have a tendency of doing with not realizing it, you'll start critiquing everything I say when I'm only encouraging and motivating others to be able to move forward. So the next time one of y'all want to sit up here and say the white man this and the white man that, and you black, and you talking against something positive, who you think you are? Because you are causing your own people that need positive programs and to hear positive messages to get out of that hopeless and helpless state of mind. So when you come in and critique it, you ain't no different than the white man you talking about. Oh, the white man oppressing us. Oh, you that. And it ain't the white man. Keep in mind, you got your multi-millionaires and billionaires that tends to come up against the less fortunate. So it's not a certain color. I didn't understand that at first. I didn't understand it until God opened up my eyes. And matter of fact, let me go back to this because I was thinking about it a little bit earlier. What's up, Cud? So I was thinking about it a little bit earlier. This guy, white guy, right? Sent me this documentary, Marfa 21. Marfa 21, Black genocide. He said, this is what's happening to your people. And I was like, you mother blocker, blocker, blocker. But I started reading it. And it did talk about the point of slavery and oppression, but it talks about it in the modern day time as well. So a lot of y'all that's stuck on, and keep in mind, and matter of fact, Corey, one of our cousins, I forgot his name, but he see me. He sent me something. I said, I don't know why people act like this. I don't know why people do that. And I'm talking about the black people. He sent me something saying post-traumatic slavery disorder. I was like, oh my God. I forgot what one it was. Yup, what we doing to ourselves. He sent it to me, and I started understanding the mindset. Because one thing y'all got to realize, this is 2025, right? I was born in 1963. So I can only relate to whatever happened during my life from 1963 up to 2025. Now, I can read about what our ancestors went through and everything, mainly some of the stuff that my mother told me or my grandfather told me. I can read it up, I can research, and I can understand, oh, they was right. Then when you read in Bible or you read any, I'm going to say religious material, it will tell you the stuff that went on in life before we came here. And then you can see it portraying itself over and over and over and over and over again. So when people tell you, oh, it's fiction, oh, it's not real, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, it's just life repeating itself. So now it's your turn to begin to see what a lot of our ancestors went through, what a lot of our, you know, historians. But I'm trying to think of the prehistoric people as well. Because guess what? When you read back about millions of years, and it was those prehistoric people, they was human. They was human. They was here before Adam and Eve. They was human. They talking about millions of years ago. When you talk about dinosaurs, we got certain creatures this day that walks around just like the dinosaurs, like your alligators and stuff like that. It repeats itself, right? And see, I don't want to take my cap off, right? Because my head is shaped funny. See, I ain't got one of those, every time I put something on my head, it pushes up, right? And I ain't showing y'all. But look, I don't have that big part in the back that tends to hold us down. So a lot of times it'll start sliding up on me. Now, mind y'all, my face figure is like our prehistoric ancestors. And I looked at that one day, I said, Steve, you look like a monkey because of the shape part. And look, I got this on my head. And a lot of times y'all don't see it, but it's sliding up because I don't have that, the bulge back there. So it slides up. I'm like, why the heck my stuff keep sliding up? But I accept the fact, I already know when it comes to our prehistoric family, and not only that, I'm trying to get to this part, right? You know how they did the apes and stuff and how they was bent over like this and they transform them into standing up humans? That's what I see when I see myself. When I'm looking at that and the shape of my head and stuff, I'm like, and then the beard and stuff, I'm like, damn, I look like my prehistoric ancestors. And you gotta be honest with yourself. I ain't living in caves though. But look, I'm only saying this, right, because how they said, if a man don't know where he came from, he won't know where he's going. Look, and I'm only saying this because I know y'all don't like or appreciate The big mouth, bald head, black dude. The big mouth, bald head, black dude. The big mouth, bald head, black dude. That's Corey, DJ, Spank, cousin. The big mouth, black bald head dude. The big mouth, black bald head dude. And I'm gonna tell y'all, and Corey, when I read about our ancestors, strong, melanated, even if it started out white, strong Copeland family blood. Look at us. Look it up. We got restaurants. We do food products. We do a lot of stuff. That my thing is, I'm trying, Corey, to connect with the white part of the family too. Y'all can start that separating that white, that. My great-great-grandfather, my father was a white man. If it wasn't, even though we can look at it in a negative way, but if it wasn't from him having smacks with my great-great-grandmother, I wouldn't be here. Now, rather she gave it to him or it was forceful, I don't know. But guess what? Steve Copeland is here. So be honest with you, once I start realizing stuff like that, what am I going to be mad? Even though they struggled, they went through a lot, you know, during that period. Why am I going to struggle? Because no matter how it happened, life was given to me through generation. So when you talk against certain things, check yourself, black man. When you talk against certain things, but look at yourself. Look at the hatred you carrying inside. Look at the bitterness you carrying inside. And the blessing is, I'm telling you now, I'm here, 63 years old. I didn't think I was going to make it past 21. So do you actually think I'm going to complain and cry? I can't believe it sometimes. I'm 63 years old. And when I look back at the stuff I did back in the days, y'all, I shouldn't even be here. But then when I realized too, family, I was protected, even in my bullcrap. He protected me. Only for me to be here. 10/10, right? What's the date? June the 4th, 10/10, 10/11 now, on my live talking. On social media. But I can guarantee you, there's about 1 million of y'all out there criticizing everything I say. But guess what? I'm so grateful. Want me to say it again? I am so honored. Because a lot of y'all don't understand too the point of his grace and his mercy. Because you know what? I didn't understand it. So his grace is, he took on the sins of the world. He took on my sins. The mercy part is, I'm living in something that I shouldn't actually be here for. Get it? See, I didn't understand that at first. So when we talk about Christ, and to some people, you might see something totally different. I can only speak from where I'm at, right? I can only do that. But now your eyes might, or your spiritual world might be open, or say like a little bit more advanced than where I am from what I see, because your third eye, because of how earthly you is with things. It doesn't make us better than each other. It's just that you're more, I'm gonna say energized. Can I use that word? The energy levels that a lot of people have might be very more I want to say like branched out or escalated than where I'm at. See, I could be still in the baby phase of certain things, and I'm talking about spiritual wise. I could be still in that baby phase, so I can only work where I'm at. But when I hear people talk about the third eye, I know you spiritually connected. When I hear you talk about that energy, I know you spiritually connected. Now, whatever you call it, you know, because I'm only going off of your energy. I'm only going off of your third eye, your vision, with God, how God worked with you. So guess what? I can't knock that. I cannot knock it. I cannot touch it, because you know why? A lot of y'all be educating me. A lot of y'all that comes in, like my man, y'all love, he ain't come up though, but I'm just saying, of how he see things, how he's been taught. That's all he got to do is share his stuff, how God worked with him. And guess what? I'll be like, oh my God, because what I'm doing, I'm seeing how he worked with us in his own special way. I can't push that on nobody. I can only tell you what he's doing with me. Some of y'all can relate, some of y'all might not. And when y'all come with me with certain things, like I'm gonna say energy-wise, or how grand rising would still mean good morning, you can fix it the way you want. Look up the word grand rising and it's gonna tell you. It's just the words you use. But I'm only saying this because I can only speak where I'm at and from how God worked with me. And a lot of y'all could be a lot younger, but you're more into the earthly stuff. The stars, the moons, the sky. I ain't there with all that. I ain't there. But y'all can teach me. I'm like, ooh, because I never seen it like, I never, visioned it like that. So that's how we teach each other. And I'm gonna tell you how we teach each other too. You hear what I'm saying? And when you come up with something negative against what I'm sharing positive, what do that says about you? And you swear to God, you can swear in your heart and mind and soul and everything, that's what you saying negative, what you saying to try to hurt and manipulate and verbally, is called verbal. It's called mental, verbal, and emotional abuse. You don't realize it. And you only giving back what was given to you. Now I'm gonna share some stuff with you as a 63-year-old elder that don't know nothing about life. Anytime you trying to tell a person 3 times your age or twice your age what to do in life, you can only share from where you at a level of being 20, at a level of being 30, at a level of being 40, 45, or 50. I have 13 more years of living experience than you. How in the world you can share from where you at that point? You're going to try to tell a 63-year-old man something that got 13 more years of being on this earth living than you. I have, for a person that's 30 years old, and where your thinking is at 30, you can act like you 40, you can act like you 50, and listen to the words I'm saying. You can act older than what you really are, but you're not. You're not. You can't even put your mind where I'm at 63. You can't even put your body where I'm at 63. You don't have. Because it's like as you begin to get older, when you're younger, you're full of energy, you're vibrant, you're going through all that. Now, after you reach like 50, check this out. When you reach 50, I'm still growing and maturing, but check this out. I'm still growing and maturing, but I'm hitting for that hill. For God to call me. All right, Steve, you're 150, come on. Because you done lived that here for centuries. You get it? So through the years, at a younger phase, enjoy your life, prosper your life. Because when you turn or you get into your 50s, Those years you want to start being able to relax and lay back and enjoy the life that you prepared for yourself, young man, young man, young man. So let me say this. I was able to retire from trucking at 58. I thought I was going to drive tractor trailers till I at least got into my 70s, and I figured I could drop and all that type, dropping hooks, stuff like that. I wouldn't be able to physically unload trucks and stuff like I used to because I did LLC. So you making more than one stops a day, right? Now, and it's not to say people not still doing it. I had to stop for medical reasons too. But because I stopped, I had to retire. I was able to spend more time now in something that I truly love and care for. And that's the personal business. Now, I'm not profiting. Let me make this clear to a lot of y'all. I'm not profiting off of the temporary housing program. I'm not. So a lot of y'all that might say, oh, he doing this, he doing that, he robbing and he's stealing. No, he's not. I am providing a service for the people that need help the most. My stuff, what I'm doing right now, is not at a point of making a profit or earning an income. So everybody that's doing great work, it's a lot of us that's doing work, but we're not profiting from the services that we provide to the community. And that's the other big word is yet. You get me? So in order for me to grow and prosper the business, I need business partners. I need investors. I need sponsors. I need these people that already have money abundantly, but guess who I need them to help the most with the money? It's the homeless and the less fortunate people. You get it? The state, the people that I'm dealing with, I tell y'all like this, I don't get government funding, right? I don't get state money. So that means I'm not a 501c3, so I'm not getting that money to help service the people that they supposed to provide for. And y'all miss it every time. I be tripping out because look, it's the people that relies on Elon Musk's money and Donald Trump's money, because keep in mind, they billionaires. Not only that, you got low to moderate income people, poor people that pay taxes too. So y'all be like, oh, they getting my government free taxes and all that. No, you got enough people. You got people that works low income jobs and they take taxes out of them. That goes to show me how smart you is. So they talking about the money that they pay goes back towards helping them towards whatever services they need, state and government wise. So y'all think you're the only people paying taxes. They pay taxes. Now, mind you, between the state and the government, it's added up to be 15%. 15. So I'm trying to make sure I'm saying this right. Because the employee only pays 7.5%. Your employer pays a 7.5%. That's 15% of taxes. And your employer pays taxes for you too. Like your Elon Musk, like your Donald Trumps. Because you working for them to make them money. Y'all ain't realize that. And then you got a lot of politicians allowing them to cut out these state and government funding programs for people that's less fortunate, that's paying taxes. can't afford to really live a productive life without y'all extra help. And a lot of y'all, I'm telling you, please do not take it wrong. A lot of y'all just as dumb as all outdoors because you don't realize what's happening and you fall for the okie dokie. You do. And that's why I hate the fact, or I hate to see how our politicians get over on us. I can only share with y'all from what I see and what I know as a community activist, as a human rights advocate. I will sit up here and tell y'all this too. I became a member of Communities United. That's the Baltimore branch. And look it up, please. The Center for Popular Democracy. I read it the other day. I'm a part of the Baltimore's branch. So what the Center of Democracy does, it fights for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. And what I am going to do, I'm going to look it up, because a lot of y'all that don't understand people like your NAACP. And what I could do, since a lot of y'all like to do your research and Google stuff, I'm just going to tell you services of strengthening the community. That's not what I want. The Center for Popular Democracy. Okay. Now, see, y'all Google search stuff, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. The Center for Popular Democracy, working to create I always say equality, right? But equality, opportunities in dynamic democracy. I'm sorry, y'all. Please forgive me for saying it wrong, because I'm trying to get to the actual part of what they do, right? Because anytime you Google somebody or you search somebody, you want to know what they're all about is, right? That's how you know who do what and why. So let me show y'all this, right? Because I am known as a scammer. I am known, and I'm talking about with my business and everything. The Dr. David said, we got wisdom and knowledge y'all don't understand. It's nothing but the Holy Spirit that shows a lot of us that's in the dark was to help y'all come into the light. And y'all don't understand that. Now, I'm going to show y'all something right here. Services. If you want to know about strengthen the community, the LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope. Now, you can listen to the he say, she said, if that's what you enjoyed best. But if you want to know, you can go to Strengthen of the Community. And what it says right here is services offered by. Now it goes over to Strengthen the Community. So anybody tell you I'm a scammer and I am a liar and you don't ask me, Google me. Google me. Google me. Google. And let me make sure it's right there. Y'all see that little blue mark right there with the check in it? That means Google me. Google me, verified me. Verified. That saying verified by the owner. They verified the owner to make sure the information is right. Google me. So when somebody jump in your face to say something dumb against me again, you're like, please, go talk to Google. So it will tell you the services that are being provided. It will tell you the facility that the person said they didn't give me permission to work out of. The person asked for their keys back in front of the police, but said that I ain't telling me can come in here and give me my keys. How did I get the damn keys then? I said, look at this. David, I'm laughing at you. You said, Steve, between me and you, we got 126 years of wisdom and knowledge. That's because of our age-wise. But I just want to say this right too. Some of us, even though like David, Dr. David, don't get it wrong, we love our church members. We love our church members. He don't try to get into cliques. I don't try to get into the cliques with the he say, she say. But we understand that's a part of a little bit of everything. But this is one brother right here I already know I can tell you. Because when me and him talk, we see some things we don't like. But it's not to, don't get it wrong, it's not to knock nobody down or criticize you. But my thing is when you know the truth of the word and you doing the opposite, that's what bothers me. But I understand sometimes it takes time to grow. So if y'all think when I come on my live or when I'm in the community, because I have so much hatred against me, listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't know who might be there to hurt me. You get me? So I'm putting my life in a space. And when I said that, David, when I said what I said, it took me back to Jesus Christ. When he came into this world and he walked through the communities, he walked through the city to help the people. Can you imagine the opposition that came up against him? If not, let me share this with you. Did he not lose his life? Because he was trying to teach, and I want to say preach, but I'm gonna say teach for the people. Thank you, David. That your Roman Catholics, your rulers, your dictators was trying to take control of the less fortunate, use them the way they want, control them. 1619. Where do y'all think they got slavery from? When God first told Moses, go tell Pharaoh and them, I said, let my people go, so they copied it back in 6019. Do y'all realize that? It was already free black people here of all cultures. If they was here, they was working the lands. But they found a way to bring some people over and working for free, or basically nothing. That's what slavery is. Cheap labor. It was already blacks here. It was already people here working the farms, picking cotton, picking, fruits and vegetables and all of that, getting paid. But they found a way to get it done in a cheaper fashion. So that's why I love when people call themselves wanting to quote scripture or want to go back and read stuff and don't realize life is repeating itself in 2025. I'm only sharing with y'all some stuff that I never really paid attention to. This what was made known to me now. That's why, David, I'd be like, God, why did you open up my eyes to this? Because, Steve, you are the big mouth, bald head black dude. They're going to hate you too, Steve. They're going to crucify you and criticize you the same way they did Christ and the apostles. You read it, you read what I read. But you don't really clearly understand what you're reading. When I was sitting in the House of Delegates, waiting to go outside and speak on the $15 minimum wage. Yup. The uneducated, big mouth, bald head black dude. When I was sitting in the delegate building, waiting to go outside to speak, the Holy Spirit hit me and said, you walking in the footsteps of two great men. This is what the Holy Spirit told me, David. Now, Jesus Christ is always number one. Jesus Christ is always number one. But when God showed me that, he said, you walking in the footsteps of two great men. He said, Martin Luther King. Didn't I tell y'all I'm a community activist? I'm a human rights advocate. And Jesus Christ. Do you know how honored I felt, David? And when the girl came in to get me, to come outside and speak, I was walking through the crowd. They were spreading out. They were spreading out. And I'm telling you, I'm seeing this with my own two eyes. They spreading out. Hit them off. Go get them. Blah, blah, blah. I felt like I was going to the ring. Bing, bing, pop, pop, poo, poo, pop, pop, pop. I was shaking like crazy, too. But it was like they were spreading like this, man. And just to experience that for myself, and I was walking up to the platform, and the person that came off the platform pat me and said, man, knock him out. So I went up there, right? And I'm shaking like a leaf. That's my flesh. I'm shaking. So anytime I get nervous and I shake, I start making jokes, right? And I started saying, I forgot what it was because it was a while back, but I started saying certain little things. And then I went into, what do we want? 15. When do you want it? Now. What do we want? 15. When do you want it? Now. What do you want? 15. When do we want it? Now. Yup, David. And see, what David would just said, right? God wanted you to know he was with you, which is true. But now, mind you, once again, it was my flesh that got nervous. So basically, that's the flesh. But what I had to do, like everything else, is to ask him to reduce this, to reduce my flesh, to reduce it and increase him. So a lot of y'all don't understand. I keep telling y'all, I will start out like this, and then I'll go. So anytime I'm somewhere and I'll start off speaking slow or low, people be like, we can't hear you. I said, wait a minute. Because as I'm moving myself out the way, and as I begin to speak, I go loud. And a lot of people don't realize why. And the way y'all will look at it in a negative way. But when I'm in a war zone, I'll go up. And that's why I always have to apologize to people that I'm not trying to be mean or nasty, but that's the way you'll take it. Because you don't look at this man that have confidence, that have courage in himself, that's speaking out. And I'm not just speaking out for me, I'm speaking out for the people. I didn't understand this until Mackenzie Frost came and interviewed me. And she called me the voice for Baltimore City. I be telling y'all, look at the videos. Y'all don't want to look at it. I show y'all. Mackenzie Frost was the one that gave me that name. During an interview, she called me the voice for Baltimore City because I speak out. It's like I'm speaking out for our poor people. I'm speaking out for our homeless people. I'm speaking out for the less fortunate. Just keep it like that, right? Mackenzie Frost gave me that name. Say he's the voice. So for somebody that speaks out like I do, rather you would do it, because most of the time what you would do, you would come back and say, I wouldn't do this, or I wouldn't do that. Remind yourself, when you say that, You talking about yourself. Do not put me in your shoes. Because to be truthful, I'm like you. I don't want to do it. I'm like you, and I understand where you at. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a couple of them, David. She came out and she interviewed me as the voice for Baltimore City, and she introduced Manure as well. I always jack up his name, and Pastor Hathaway, Dr. Hathaway, because what she did, she was talking about people that actually go around and fight for people's civil rights in Baltimore City, their equal rights and their constitutional rights, stuff like that. So that's what she know me as. And she's the one that gave me that label. And I be trying to tell y'all don't like to listen. But you want to look at me. And I'm a man. I got 2 ex-wives. So I was a husband. I have children. I don't only have my biological children. I have 2 stepdaughters that I call my daughters. I raised since they was babies. I done foster care. I held down a prison commitment, H&I commitment for 10 years, encouraging and motivating our men when you come home to do the right things by getting involved into your children's lives or taking care of your responsibilities. I cannot figure out, why do y'all consider me as a crazy, deranged, sorry piece of crap? And when I'm doing everything that my mother taught me that men supposed to be responsible with. And y'all will find a way, and I'm just talking about this guy right here. Y'all will find a way to cut me down. Thank you. Because the more you do it, the more I stand up, because I know I'm better than anything y'all can say out your mouth. It hurts. I'm telling you something. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes that shit hurt. Sometimes it hurt. Because I'm like, wait a minute. What am I doing wrong? I ain't drinking. I ain't smoking. I ain't doing some of the stuff. No, a lot of the stuff that I used to do, I don't do today. And y'all will find everything in the world negative to say about me rather than saying, God, I read about Jesus doing that stuff too. So even if you, I had to realize, I just thought about it when I said Jesus right doing that too. I had to realize sometimes I ain't Jesus though. I be trying to fix everybody. I'm telling you. Then it dawned on me, right? See, you can't fix everybody. Why? I can tell you what that's called too. That's called codependency. And sometimes, Bear, I don't even realize I'm caught up in it. Because I want people to be happy, joyous, and free. And I don't realize that that's an addiction too for me within itself. Because I have this tendency to want to fix. A lot of y'all don't care. I mean, and if you do, right, because I ain't saying everybody, it's just you. I just thought about this. You understand the pain, the headache, and the misery you go through, and you like, never mind, I ain't gonna do it. Because that's how I feel like sometimes. But then I realized I can't just stop like that. Because I know who called me. I get so many people, and I will tell you over and over and over and over that the Holy Spirit called me back into the streets. So when you're dealing with me on certain things, I can only follow what the Spirit is showing me and telling me to do. Now, if you go here and you try to step in and interfere with the Holy Spirit told me to do, it's going to cause a problem. And what I will do with you, I have to separate myself from you, because I realize we're not on the same spiritual path. And then y'all fail to see right. This is my box truck. See what's on that box truck? See what's on that box truck? Can you see it? This box springs and mattresses. Like I tell everybody, get and clothes too. Like I tell everybody, getting donations is not hard for me to give back to the city. Guess what? I get donations if you want a write-off, because I'm an LLC. So if you want to write off the nonprofits like Marlo, who I'm close with, and we do work together, I can give you the IEN number to do a write-off for your business with the nonprofit until I become a nonprofit, until I do the 501c3 to become a nonprofit. Excuse me. But keep in mind too, a lot of the work I do I don't have to be, because of the stuff I do, I don't have to be government funded, because I can get investors, I can get business partners, I can get people on the outside with money, because I'm doing temporary, keep it in mind, to support the program, my business, point blank. I can use that, but I have to follow the same criteria as your LLC. It's just that it can, anytime you doing a sole proprietor, I jack the name up, but I can use my social security number. But if you do a LLC, what you have to do now, that's your business label. So if I do the sole proprietor, I have to do it strictly under Steve Copeland. So now check this out. Watch how I run off in my mouth. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. I'm using my name. Now I'm promoting my business under my broadcast name. So I'm just sharing with you is how you switch up the words. Y'all don't get it. I'm providing a service. I am not stealing or taking. That's where y'all come in with your bull crap. Now, what do I look like if a mother and dealing with their sons and daughters, and their daughters, their family members are disrespectful, being disrespectful to them, so they don't want them in their house? That's how y'all get so mixed up. Remind you, anytime somebody come into my housing program, I did come over, Ben. Don't even try that. I was over that other day. No, matter of fact, I came over twice. A few times, Ben. I came over, you just didn't see me. Ben, I was over there yesterday when you had Dr. Y on there. And I'm trying to think who else you had. Because I wanted to ask you what happened to, because I haven't seen him doing anything lately. But I came over, Ben. You just ain't paid attention. Yep. I said, Ben got his own thing now. I think because I've been seeing you, and I stopped in. I stepped in. It's just that you didn't see me. I was down, you know. Yup. And I think the other day was about the third time. You still ain't pay no attention. I was down there. Now, wait a minute, I gotta watch out what I say about Ben. But I love Ben. Ben is real open-minded. Ben is real open to a lot of stuff. See, there go Dr. Y right there. I seen you the other day. Oh, the only two, Dr. Y, you know I've been doing the business side of things too. And I tried to reach out to you. You gotta inbox me your number and everything again. You might be in my phone locked in, but you know how we come in with some people, not we, come in with a fake name, like, right? But I have you locked in my phone. I just forgot your real name, because I know it's Dr. Y here. But I was on there with you and Ben. And matter of fact, when I came on Dr. Y, you was talking. And I said, hey, family, you probably didn't see it, Ben. And I'm gonna tell you, once I came back, it's not, to be honest with y'all, Ben, I don't mind supporting you whatsoever. Dr. Y, you know you my man. You my, wait a minute, let me watch it. You know you my elder, like me. I had to watch my language, right? Cause I called Dr. Y, right? I'm sorry, Dr. Y. I think Dr. Y ran about 50, right? Very, very brilliant man. I think he about 50. And I think I called him like a boy or my man or something. And I think he got offended. But what I wasn't saying you was a boy, Dr. Y. It was just the way I worded it, and he kind of checked it. Ah! He said, look, he said he more like 60. Why? I knew Dr. Y. I knew he was over 50. But it was just some people, right? I think I called you my little brother or something like that. I called him, I think, my little brother or something, but I made him appear a little bit younger from what I was saying. And look, nah, he a grown man. But the way I said it, I think I might have made him. He said, yo. Because I could tell from your response you made, like, oops, Steve, fucked up. Look, Steve, you screwed up. Because no, he's a very, very wise and intelligent man. And I talk with him a lot about business. And I went 2 months ago and I started, once I came off of the home monitor, and I started on this, back to doing what I was used to doing, Dr. Y. And I started with 2 housing programs, and now we got a whole facility. But still, from what I'm getting, I might have to move my clients somewhere else. But I know God don't make no mistakes, because he put me here for a reason. And because of some things that's happening, and I'm trying to clear people up, when it comes to our homeless and less fortunate people, I don't play. Do not play with me. I only do temporary housing. So if I bring your business in to help our clients, you come in with your profession. Come in with your profession. I'm only doing a certain things, but the goal in this process is to start programs like apprenticeship programs into my housing program. So I'm having a lot of issues with certain people that's coming in. Play your role when you come in my housing program, because you're servicing people that need your help the most. So when you come in with the bull crap, I'm coming for you. If it's not about the people first, and I understand we're going to make money, if it's not about the people first, or you trying to profit off the people, stay away from me. And that's what people don't like about me. Because if you live in a crapful life, I come from that game. And I say I got 32 years, that means I used to do stuff that's not appropriate. Trying to make a business in a corrupt way. So my thing is, if you come my way and I spot it, get the hell away from me. And if I come on my live, Dr. David, you know me. Dr. David knows me. This is one of my church members. You know me. And when I call you sucker, he knows when I call you sucker, you normally a corrupt fool. Try me. And that's not being no thug or being bad or nothing like that. It's just certain things I don't do. I don't like. But if that's your way of robbing and stealing and taking from the people, do what you got to do. Just don't bring it here. That's all I say. Dr. David know, and most of my church members know where I stand. I tell y'all about me all the time. That's why I'm known as the big mouth bald head dude. If you want to know something about Steve, David over there laughing. If you want to know something about Steve, that's all you got to do is Google me. You let people tell you every goddamn going thing. Yeah, Steve this, Steve that, Steve this, Steve that. For real. Oh my God. That's all you got to do is come and ask me. But I figure since y'all want to lie and keep it to yourself, that's fine. I mean, not that you lying and keeping it to yourself. I apologize like that. But if you want to, like, keep the gossip going, that's fine. But when it come to me, to be honest with y'all, sometimes that mess hurt my feelings. Because I think I'm a better person than that. It's not that I think. I know I am. I know I am. What I'm going to go around lying for? When I tell y'all I'm a homeless advocate, that means I fight to make sure the homeless people have somewhere safe to go and provide wraparound services for them. Then when I tell you I'm a community activist, when I tell you I'm a human rights advocate, most of the people that I deal with, our goal is to help those, and I'm going to say it again and again and again, to help those that rely more on the state and government funding to live a productive, a healthy, productive way of life. And know what, Curtis? Look, see, this hurt my feelings, Curtis. Why you do this? Curtis just sent me something on here. He said, I have a woman with 3 children, just moved from North Carolina, but we can send her to my program. But she's working at, and then look, check this out. Check this out, Curtis. I can bring her into the program. I can. I was on here no. I can bring her in, Curtis. Let me put it like that. The lady that I'm subleasing from says she don't want, I got you, Curtis, says she don't want no children in the building. She want men and women, but she don't want no children. So my thing is, you want men and women, but you don't want no children. So right now, Curtis, this is where I'm at. And I'm telling y'all, this is what I'm suffering with, Dr. Y. I got to find somewhere for all of them in that building to go right now. Now, she don't want no them in the building because she want to turn it into an assistant living program. I got you, Curtis. I got you. But now, this where I'm stuck at, Curtis. This where I'm stuck at, Curtis. Somebody else sent me, and it might have been the same message, I'm not sure. But somebody else sent me the message. And I told them, I said, let me get this straight. Because Curtis, the facility I got, right? Chris Place, yeah, reach out to them, thanks. But look, this is what I tell people, Curtis. Number one, I need about 50 more beds. I'm telling y'all how big this facility is. I don't just Curtis. Thanks, bro. Senator Christopher Place, because what happened, Curtis, this lady, somebody else got in touch with me, right? This social worker sent me a mother of 8 children. I told them to meet me at the building. I go down there. I'm arguing with the lady I'm renting from. I'm arguing with my so-called business partner. I'm arguing with my operations manager, right? All them suckers can kiss my grits right now. I told the lady to go in the building. The goal was to house them. I took my money to go buy beds to put them in. Curtis, I couldn't help her. Because the lady that I'm subleasing the place from, come talking about, I don't want no more families in here. And the lady turned around and walked away. A social worker called me for her. But see now, this is the problem with me with a lot of y'all. When I tell you I need help in doing what I do, I'm just one individual. You'll turn around and make me out to be the monster. Just like the young lady. No, reached out to me. Asked me, do I house abusive women? Women being abused. I said, yeah, come on. So you know what that court thing and what's your name for, right? I call myself protecting this young lady from her abusive husband. Gave her a room. She paid me the money for the room, but she never went in the room. I didn't know if this lady was gone or what. So just for her to come back and say she wanted her money, it made me feel good because I knew she was still around. Catch what I'm saying, y'all, because I can't say but so much. I heard a male's voice. She was on the phone with him listening, sitting in the office space with me, not in my office, in my secretary in them area. So I said, tell him come in. He out there running off of his mouth. Tell him come in. The reason why I said tell him come in, I wanted to see what he looked like just in case she came up missing. This woman jetted in my office, went through my folders, and I snatched them out of her hands. I got mad at my staff members, the two women that were sitting right there and the guy. Why did y'all let her run in my office? See, if you want to know the truth, ask Steve. You keep listening to these mother freaking lying people. You sucker. Or I just caught myself. And they're going to sit back and bash me for something that you don't know about? And the only thing, Curtis, she was running away from an abuser. And because I have not talked to her, I don't know where she at. I can't even worry about it, you get me? I can't worry about it because she's not in my housing program for protection. So now, I got to go to court for some bull crap. When I'm trying to help people. Because she tried to go down there and say I did something to her. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't deal with women one-on-one. I have a staff for that. I had to go to court. That happened on the 15th. I had to go on the 20th. And I sat there and I told the judge, I said, Your Honor, I don't even know this woman. And this is not the first time people done this to me, y'all. I told the judge, I said, I don't know her. Why would you go and get a protection order on somebody that you asked to protect you from your abusive husband? So this is the process that I got to go through right now. For trying to help people. And I'm going to tell y'all, be honest with you, I don't blame none of y'all for not wanting to help people. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. So the judge let that go because what she was telling the young lady, you were seeking protection for somebody. This person don't have to be bothered with you the rest of your life no more. Because what she was trying to show her is by her running from protection to get protection, running from an abuser to get protection, he will never, talking about me, say he will never be a part of your life again. So I don't see why you seeking protection from somebody that was trying to help you. So I just want to say this, Chef, because you hurt my feelings, baby. You hurt my feelings, Chef. The next time you want to come for me for somebody else's bullshit, just ask me, please. Just ask me, Chef. I felt like you set me up. You let me up on that platform and then came at me. And then I realized this, Chef, and I didn't want to say your name, baby, but since you want to be smart, now I understand why your husband left you. Now I understand, sis, why your husband left you. Now I'm going to put you out there since you call yourself trying to put me out. And like I told everybody else, I came up to support you, sis. Another recovering addict. I came up to support you. I don't drink. I don't do smugs. I don't do none of that. But as a recovering human being, I came up to support you because I didn't want to leave you hanging, knowing the recovery process. And you disappointed me. You don't do that, sis. I might be hurting with certain things, right? But y'all are not my problem from what I'm hurting from. I do not take my pain and misery out on others, no matter how I hurt right here. You are not my problem. But if you become my problem, do you know how hard it is for me to shut my big mouth, bald head, black dude mouth and call your name in the process of talking about something? I'm good at it. Tell him, David. And see, y'all take it wrong. When you stab me in my back and I think we like cool, and for you to stab me in my back, and now I gotta ask myself, how did this person get that close to me? Because I'm spiritually inclined, right? So how did I allow that person to get that close to me? And I'm gonna tell you what somebody shared with me, Curtis. She said, Steve, you tend to see the bad in people, but you look past that bad to work with the good. I said, oh my God. Because I thought something was wrong with me. She said, no. So basically, in certain words, she's saying, because a lot of us will show the representative, that loving, caring, kind, considerate person. We'll show that. We'll act like that. But then after a while, that real person will show up. And that's that hateful, mean, grouchy, cranky. They will show up. I get it a lot because y'all got to understand the type of population that I deal with. So normally when people come into my program, they dealing with a lot of trauma in order for their parents not to allow them back in their houses no more. Their uncles, their aunts, their family members, because look, they done burnt their bridges. See, y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see. And not only that, y'all don't see this. When a person don't care for the adult, for the grown-up, their children have to suffer. When you taking your child from house to house to house to house, and it's nothing stable for them, and then you step into strengthening the community, the housing program, the goal is to help you work on yourself to change your old ways of thinking, behaving, and doing things. Changing that mindset so you can be more productive, so you can be more responsible, so you can provide better for your children. Because they're watching the pain and the suffering their parents are going through. And a lot of y'all don't understand why. Mr. Copeland, step up to the plate. It's only to help them correct their mistakes. But they got to be the ones that's willing to make the changes. I can only provide the temporary housing services for a roof over their head because they can't go to their own parents. They can't go to their own grandmothers. They can't go to their own brothers and sisters' houses with their children. That's why that's why the village is screwed up. So I'm the problem. Strengthen the community is the problem. The LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope is the problem. And Wendy, I'ma say your name. This young lady, Wendy Schroeder, called me. And everything this woman does, I do. I say, you is the female version of me as far as helping the community and everything, right? She's certified in these areas of being a professional. I just do the temporary housing part. So this is what I was telling her because of the building. Everything, Curtis, we got in this building, she was talking about wanting to do. I'm like, come on. The service is being provided, Curtis. The temporary housing for everything. I got a tutorer coming in. We got we talking about workforce development programs. I said I got the kitchen in there that I want to start doing culinary teaching out there. She's saying everything, Curtis. So the facility, we got the opportunity to build up like that. Everything in helping the most vulnerable people, people that fell on hard time, to be independent for themselves and don't have to rely on state and government funding. And y'all miss the boat. I said, and I'm listening to her, but now mind you, she's licensed on the professional side with bringing in everything. So only thing me and the lady that I'm talking with, she's supposed to be providing the mental health care services for the clients. She ain't doing it. She leased this property. I came in to help her get money back that she was losing, but I'm her problem. Then she turned around and say, you know I do individuals and families. I house individual and families. So that's men, women, and women with children. But then you're going to turn around and say, I don't want children in the building. Okay, my business is in that building. I'm only paying you to lease. How you going to step in and tell me how to do my business? This is my transition thing. So she says she don't want children in the business. So now I got women and children in there. So they okay for now. But I can't bring nobody else in, Curtis, with women and children. And be honest with you, if I really want to be nasty, I would say tell them come on. Because now, that's what I do. I do transitional housing, what Curtis just said. But because I'm trying to, avoid the conflict between my landlord, she's just considered as my landlord. Why would you put your mouth in my housing program business? So I'm putting her out. I'm going to put her on blast. And it's not just that I'm putting her on blast. You talking about putting the homeless people back out to be homeless again. So who you think I'm going to reach out to? Homeless services. I told her she don't want this. The inspector general. I told her you don't want this. Brandon, Mayor Brandon Scott. You are screwing with the homeless population, sis. You get me, Curtis? And I'm trying to be nice. So a lot of y'all that's looking at me over here, that's going around running off at y'all mouth, because Big Steve over here telling stuff, y'all ain't coming out supporting the people. I don't see none one of y'all going for her, telling her, talking with her. She's the one, not me, says she don't want children in the building. So go ask her. Go ask her why she don't want children in the building. And let me share this with you too. As a human rights advocate, as a civil rights advocate, she's discriminating against children. And not only are she discriminating against children, she are discriminating against women with children for not getting the proper help they need with my temporary services. Try me. Now, come on, try me. That's why I'm known as the big mouth bald head dude. She's violating their rights. And I'm going to share this with you too. We helped Bill Henry and them get that bill passed for slumlords to become licensed landlords. She's interfering with the Housing Act, fair housing and fair wages. She's interfering with that as well, because she's interfering with women that cannot afford affordable places. So I'm trying to tell her, which I can't talk to her, everybody else talking to her but me. You're barking up the wrong tree right here. Because renters have rights too. If I'm paying you for that building and I'm subleasing verbally, and you ask me to leave, and if I refuse to just leave, you know what you gotta do? You gotta go file an eviction. You can file one on me. Good luck in getting my clients' names. I'll stay away. But now you gotta evict each and every client of mine in that building. You can't put them out. You asked me to stay away. So understand the laws, y'all. Understand the laws. And if you don't understand it, please don't critique it. Didn't I tell y'all I worked with Bill Henry and them to get that bill passed? Communities United and I. Even housing, HUD housing. It was for them to get their property up. They had a year to get their property up to code. If not, they would lose their license. HUD Housing stood up and said it's going to take them longer than a year. We already know that because they have a lot of properties. So any landlord, private, personal, whatever that I'm dealing with, I already know and understand. If your stuff is not up to code, you have a year to get it up to code, or you will lose the property. Because 9 times out of 10, if it has to be up to code, you're dealing with lead, you're dealing with mold, or you're dealing with rats. And the reason why Bill Henry and them got that bill passed, or they put that bill together, because they believe the mold, the rats, and the lead is what's causing our children destructive behaviors. Please tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when we help them get the bill passed. And if you're not into like politics like I am, with other organizations, because I want to learn to say we. I do. But when I'm talking like this, I can only talk about Steve, but I just want to do better with implementing other organizations and nonprofits that I do things with. Because I don't want y'all to think I'm standing by myself, even though to me, I'm by myself. When I got locked up 2 years ago, a lot of organizations that I did rallies with and protesters, they wasn't all black. It was the Jewish community as well. We stood up for the rights of the immigrants too. A lot of y'all might not understand that. But even though they are here illegally, if they start doing the necessary work to become legal, there are organizations out there like the ACLU, like Communities United, or let me say the Center for Popular Democracy, that will help them to become legal, immigrants, to become American citizens. Y'all don't know this too. The government has money set on the side to help illegal immigrants to become American seniors. God dang it, citizens. The only reason why I can share this with y'all, because it was some hotels in Baltimore City, or not in the city, but in the county part of it. When I had a lot of clothing and stuff on my truck, I took a lot of it to these hotels to give back to the migrants and the illegal immigrants, because their goal was coming here, and they put them up in hotels, and they doing it right in front of your eyes. It's the government. That's why it trips me out when I know y'all don't really understand what's what. But now, when Donald Trump started deporting the immigrants, illegal immigrants, it was only to get rid of a lot of them, some of them. It was too many of them coming in. You're not going to get rid of all illegal immigrants. It was just too many of them coming in that they had to take care of. It's the federal government that take care of people with your tax dollars. So what Trump and them was doing, the ones that it was too many of them. So he fixed it where they start getting rid of some of them. But guess what? The same way they are getting them out, guess how many still coming in? Y'all don't pay attention. Now, I can share this with y'all. I'm telling you, I can share it with y'all because I understand the point of what they're doing. They can get rid of, say, like 10 immigrants, illegal immigrants, and they can tell y'all they got rid of thousands. Y'all still paying tax money? Y'all still paying state and federal tax? Where's the money going? And they cutting out all of these state and government funding programs, or they slowing up the money, and y'all still paying taxes? Where's it going? They still taking it, but they cutting out programs. The money that they take for government fundings and stuff supposed to go, or state supposed to go towards these programs that they're cutting out. So where your money going at now? Where's your money? You steady paying state and federal tax. Elon Musk found all this money, right? All these billions of dollars. Where is it going? It's supposed to go back into society. Where's it going? Y'all don't pay attention, do you? And you got a lot of people, right? They talking against the Democrats. The Democrats Party is actually put there to help the less and low moderate, well, people that need the help the most. Okay? That's what the Democrat Party is about. These free government programs. It's the Republican Party that wants to cut these programs out to help people to not rely more on the state and the government funding. Guess what? I love it. Because what they're doing, they want people to be more independent and don't have to rely on the state and the government. I love it. But guess what I realized? They don't have no programs. They don't have nothing solution-wise to help the people to become independent. That's where businesses like myself come in at. Now, understand, I didn't understand this until I got with the Republican Party. And they made me think they was coming into the communities to help with programs and stuff to help people turn their lives around. And I'm a Christian man, but listen to my language. They're full of shit too. And that's why I walked away. Because I realized it's just politics, it's talk. And a lot of y'all phony, fake suckers is being played. Because a lot of them do not have programs like intervention programs of, say, like we want to teach apprenticeship programs to help people to become more independent. They didn't produce programs. And keep in mind, and I want you to really, really understand this, politics is about laws. They're not about solutions, because that's the business side. You cannot mix business with politics. So when you when you create the laws and stuff, you want to make sure that the people is living according to the laws so they won't break them. But if you ask the politicians what type of programs that they have in the community to help prevent certain things, to help people better improve their lives, they don't have none. And it's not to say if they have it now, they can't be a part of it in the solution process. So they can only create stuff. It's up to business like myself to provide. And everybody that I work with, like Marlo Hargrove, Lady J, Christine Flowers, when you have grassroots organizations that's providing services, that is not what your politicians, they only law. And a lot of y'all smart, intellectual people don't even understand it. They can create all the bills they want, all the laws they want. They don't even have programs. Say like you got your young guys on the corners doing this, doing that. They can create bills or policies that will be more harsh for them, committing that, but they don't create programs to prevent them from doing it or to slow that process down. So that's where strength in the community comes in at. That's where the big mouth bald head black dude comes in at. That's where that man that y'all call the most hated man in Baltimore City comes in at. That's what y'all call the most controversial. What the Steve? Where you at? Steve called me the most controversial man in Baltimore City. You know why? Because I speak out against the people that don't have programs to come together to actually help our people. But y'all give the politicians more praise than you do Jesus Christ. Y'all, when I do that, I'm saying kissing their booties and walking. They only about policies. That's all I want y'all to understand. And please don't take it wrong. I did not see this myself. I did not. I'm telling y'all, I did not see this. That's why I kid and joke sometimes, right? And I be like, God, why did you open up my eyes to the lies and the manipulations and stuff that I see? I was blind to this way of life at one time. I was blind. I didn't see it. And God opened up my eyes. And I'm like, God, why did you do that? Because you know I go in my life. And I run off at my big mouth, excuse me, y'all. And I tell the world what's going on. He said, that's why I opened up your eyes. I'm telling y'all with me and God. Y'all can listen to the devil. Y'all can listen to whoever you want that wants to see us destroy each other. But God was like, that's why I created you, Steve. Because you is the bald head, big mouth black dude. But the things with our lawmakers, and they know whenever I come to a town hall meeting or anywhere like that dealing with our politicians, I will come in and say, oh, this is what we can do to slow this down. This is what we can do to slow that down. Or this is what we're doing to help prevent, you know, everything I shared with y'all. I shared with y'all stuff that we can actually do to like life. And I got to watch my words because TikTok's on the other end. Life and death is just what it is, right? We can't stop that. But when you have life being taken like out of the norm, it's just outrageous. We can slow it down. It's just doing preventive maintenance. Number one, the best way I can help with a community, and not just me, but because we got to come together. The best way you can slow a lot of the community stuff down as a community organizer, one, I have to reach out to neighborhood association, president of the neighborhood association. Because the thing is, we got to bring the community together. You might be afraid of your children. Who in your community, basically, because you're not going to just let anybody in your community to destroy your community, right? So normally when your community is falling apart, it's normally your own people that's in that community. So when you have a community meeting, you bring out other people that used to live a certain way to educate them and helping them with their old ways of thinking and resolving problems and doing things. That's part of intervention making it is. But it's the community, the mothers, the fathers, the uncles, the aunts, the crooks, the ones that's doing it, right? You have a meeting. The topic of the meeting, and I shared this with y'all the other day, it could be with me, harm reduction in the community of color. Who's doing most of the harm in the community of color? It's our children. I was going to say it's us, but I'm looking at the adults, right? That's not into that. So it's normally us, our kinfolks. So you got to learn, if you're afraid, just catch what I'm saying, y'all. If you're afraid to stand up for yourself, then you allow somebody else like Big Mouth Bald Head Steve to speak out for you. Because the way I would come, you see the Big Mouth Bald Head Steve. So I would come, enough is enough. I will come as OG. I will come as Unc. I will come as that father. I will come as that grandfather. Because I understand you, the parent. So a lot of times when you're trying to teach them, they tend to rebel against you. And they'll rebel against me too. Don't get it wrong. They'll rebel against me. But it's how I keep coming. Because once you come in with that authority, and keep in mind, if I go to another level, this journey is spiritual. So what I'm doing when I yell, I'm trying to calm down that evil within them, to take control of that evil. That's why you'll see me go up. I don't like to tell all y'all my ancient Chinese secrets, but I see common sense over here. So I know common sense understand this. When it's a warfare, spiritual warfare, I fight against evil. You might not see it, but when you got somebody that's out of control, you have to get somebody that knows control and know their boundary. So it's not actually, watch what I do, common sense. It's not actually the individual, because evil can't touch that, but it can latch to you. Watch what I do, common sense. It can latch to you like a shaft, and it speaks to you. So what I'll do in secret, who are you? Why you're here? But I'm talking to that evil that's over that person. I don't like telling everybody that. So when you see me rear up sometimes, I'm not talking actually to the individual. I'm talking to whatever that's possessing them. So what I got to do is chump you down. And I'm talking about on a spiritual sense, common sense, and I know you understand, you're a pastor. So that's how I approach certain situations. But when it's come too much, like what happened here, it was coming too much at one time where I had to get out the way. Because wasn't nobody that I thought that was with me. They didn't stand with me. And they ran off and left me by myself. But I realized the people common sense from what I'm saying when I was rearing up against a certain situation. That's all I'm saying for what I do on a spiritual note. When I was rearing up, and if you ever watch people that's doing circumcision, circus, did I say right? Exorcism, right? Normally, he don't come by himself. He might end up by himself because he's dealing with that demon or that evil. And what tends to happen, you address it. And if that evil going to talk to you, now I'm going on a whole different level. If the evil going to talk to you, what you do, you can always ask them who you are, why you're here. And they'll talk back to you. And in common sense, I'm on another plane now, on a spiritual note. And they'll talk back to you to let you know why they're there. If you ever listen to me, you never hear me say the devil this. You never hear me say Lucifer that. because I don't give him the credit because he's away waiting to be released. But there are, if I do say devil, I'll say it because this is what y'all used to hear. But there are other entities out here that's strong and powerful, but not as strong and powerful as Lucifer and his crew. Now I'm going on a whole different level to a lot of y'all, but I can't speak that all the time. But anybody that's into, I'm going to say ministry, or your pastors, your elders, your fathers, all of this, I'm just saying, ministry-wise, spiritual ministry-wise, right? They understand that we're fighting when it comes to a lot of people. Basically, it's good and evil. You get me? You get me? So I'm trying to watch my words, and I'm trying to fix it with y'all to better understand what I'm saying. I did not realize this, y'all, that I had this gift. Over some years ago, I started becoming truly obedient to the calling and my gift. So common sense, Pastor Common Sense, she preaches, she teaches, she ministers. So when I hear her and I know where she's at, Dr. David, I know where Dr. David is at. My connection with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is spiritual, not religious. Even if I might sound a little religious to some of y'all. But I had to read and study some of the same stuff to understand my purpose. But I don't just, if you watch what I do, watch my walk. That's why I try to tell people. My actions speak louder than anything I could say out my mouth. What I'm saying is my performance. Because we already know talk is cheap, right? We already know and understand talk is cheap. So I know y'all hear me. But the thing is, because you hear me, don't just hear me, watch what I do. And every time I post something to let y'all know, and you could see what I'm actually doing, the first thing you want to say, oh, his pride and his ego. You never say he's actually doing the stuff that he say out his mouth. You never say that. But you will come back, and no matter what I show y'all, no matter what I might send to Facebook or my pages or whatever, you see it, and you'll turn around and criticize it. And I'm only saying this, y'all, because I was taught. And a lot of people show you who they are. And they show you through their works. And you can get one person say something negative about them. Mainly on social media. And it's all over the world. And you know who popped in my mind when I said that? No matter what TD Jake's lifestyle is, y'all never pay attention to the great things this man get back to the community or do in a sense. Personally, Marvin said, just because he told them to close that door, because he was taking a special collection. This is something that I learned they do all the time. But I met him on several occasions when he came to our church. Now, his wife, before that, his wife was doing the preaching and everything. But when his wife passed, he had to actually step up to the plate. Why would this man want to steal other people's money when he worth millions himself? But look at how y'all did him. It's running off at your mouth. Because they took it the wrong way. And guess what? Normally, when the church is doing collection, right? We have security at our church because I'm at a mega church. So when certain things happen, you have to protect that as well. Because there's people that can run up in their church doing collection. And once you collect the money, they can rob the church. See, that's why a lot of y'all that don't understand the operation of the church, shut your freaking mouth. Shut your mouth. Now, I wasn't there, but my pastor started from a storefront. Then he went up a York Road. The more that was added to the church, he had to get a bigger church. So the facility that we in now is a $6 million building. Who do y'all think paid for the building? That's your donations. That's your collections. That's your artificial sacrifice. Because what you're doing, right, you're providing to build on God's ministry. But see, if you don't understand the purpose of it, you will knock it. You will knock it. So I'm in. So I'm sharing with you what I see and what I know that happens. It's the people that actually takes care of the church or the building. So anytime you have somebody like Creflo Dollar, when you have somebody like T.D. Jakes, when you have somebody like Jamal Bryant that starts from a little teeny church and they get into a big church like that that's called the mega church, that's because they started outgrowing the small facility that they are in. It's the church members that pays for the extra buildings and services and all of that to provide for the church. So a lot of y'all want to badmouth and cripple stuff. So when you see a church that's teeny and they expand like that, it's the people from their tithing, from their artificial sacrificing. Our mortgage for the church that we're in, $6 million, is paid off now. The pastor had to borrow it. And now the church is paid for, the building, because of the congregation. Sometimes don't badmouth nothing unless you really understand what's happening from the ground up. And I'm telling you personally from a person that been there for 24 years. My pastor write books. My pastor go to other churches now. Again, he was doing it when I came there, then he stopped it for a while. So it's more like he's a circus speaker. If somebody like T.D. Jakes come to our church, somebody like Creflo Dollar come to our church, he come to our church to minister, we're going to take up a little collection, just like a love offering, and say, thank you for coming here, spreading the word. That's how a lot of them get paid. They don't have to now. Don't get it wrong. They don't have to. But that's how a lot of them get paid. As circuit speakers in ministry. Okay? If you got something to give, give. If you don't have nothing to give, don't worry about it. Because normally the ones that are able to give is the ones that, able to give will give. If my pastor doing $1,000 collection, right? And if you don't have it, you can't give it. But those, it might be 5 of them, 10 of them, I don't know, I'm just saying, who can give that. And the reason why they give it, because if they have it like that, you give that 1,000, God might bless you back with 20 or 10 or 5. You get it? So you doing it as a love offering. You ain't got to give it personally, because if you don't have it, keep in mind, like I said, you can't give what you don't have. And my pastor will tell you point blank too. Say like if he asks for certain things, because we might be doing something special or whatever, right? Don't stop paying your gas and electric and stuff like that to give to the church if you don't have it to give, and then your gas and electric get cut off and then you be mad. No, take care of your responsibilities. And if you can't give, that's why now some of them do kind of push you now. Don't get it wrong. But I can only tell you what my pastor does at the Church of the Redeemer of the Lord. If you don't have it to give, he don't want you to give. But it's basically for those who can give. And a lot of y'all might not understand, but when you giving from your heart and when you giving from your spirit, God will bless you abundantly. But see, when you don't really understand it, you will make people think it's a negative thing. And that's not true. Some of us wish we had more to give financially than what we will give, because we know the blessings that come along with that. So for y'all to badmouth certain things, that's not good unless you really understand what's going on. And what I learned, because it got to a point in my life where I wasn't able to give the 10% of my finances. So I started giving 5%. But what I did, I prayed and I asked God to let this be a blessing towards the kingdom. For the, because we building up the kingdom or the house, or we building up because we serve the community and all that, right? So when you pray, because it's not really about your finances. It's part of it, but you might not have it to give, but volunteering your time, being of service, you can do that because there's other ways of paying or blessing the church. I'm gonna use that word. So I'm only sharing this with y'all because of being an ordained deacon. You're never forced to give nothing, but you do have churches that will, live off of other people's stuff. You do. Let me back it up. I said churches. You do have pastors and preachers and ministers and all of that will benefit for their own selfish need, all because of the church. But I don't want to, as the building itself, I want to make sure I say it right. As the building itself, you're supporting the body. You're supporting the church. And a lot of churches tend to have like food pantries. They will help you if you're short with gas and electric or rent and all that. They will. But some of them might not have the money to pay the full amount. But this is what it's all about, mainly when it comes to giving back to the community. Because that's what your churches are there for. They are there no different than the temporary housing program. Strengthen the community is for the individuals and families that the state and the government, and look at this, tends to overlook. Hot dang it, thank you, Jesus. You have some people in where I'm at. Now, remember, I shared more on the church part. So now, being a temporary housing program, listen what I said, a temporary housing program, that means I provide a roof over your head for a temporary amount of time. We can call it shelter if you want. We can call me by me doing my program. I'm providing I'm providing shelter over your head, and I'm trying to make it as homey, like as if you are in a housing position, So that's why I fix an area where the kids can go and play and run, because I want the kids to feel free and be able to splurge and do what they do, because they children. Y'all have a problem with that. I want to fix it where the parents, like we had a child in the building that needed Pampers. Her mother is not getting funding yet to provide for her daughter like that. So I have staff that actually make sure the mother got the necessary stuff she needs. And I'm going to tell some of y'all, if y'all want to know, I just thought about this. If you want to know what transitional housing is all about, come out and visit. Now, we might not be there too long from what I'm understanding. I don't know. I'm just listening from other people because ain't nobody talking to me. But anyway, if we do leave this building, now understand, I have to find a space for the ones that I have. And Chris, I don't know if you're still there or not, but I'll call you tomorrow. I have to provide a space for the people that's already there to move them into something else. Then I have to make sure wherever I take them, I need to make sure I have space for other people as well. So to move out of this space, which is plenty of room, I would definitely have to get something bigger too, bigger and better. See, y'all misses it. I already see what God is doing. He take me from a 2 transitional housing program. He put me into a big complex. Now it came to a halt. So basically, the way it is, he's trying to fix it where if we don't straighten this out, then he's going to put me somewhere bigger and better. I already know. Already know. Y'all missing it. And y'all rather than y'all praying for him to continue doing what he's doing, because he did not put me in this building with my homeless people to just toss them away. He didn't. So I don't know what his next step is. I don't. That's why I'm sitting still and I'm like, okay, God, okay. But I want what I want, what I want, what I want. Y'all know that, right? Because it's for the people. But it's like, I got to sit still and allow what he's doing. And what he's doing, and I don't care how y'all take it, whoever that's in the way, trying to block and interfere with what God is doing, he's letting me see who you are to get you out the way. That's all he's doing. So it's a halt right here for him to clean it up. I'm telling you. Because he did not guide me to this far to say, psych. That's why certain people, y'all, not being smart. How long I've been here? Almost 2 hours. Not being smart. Certain people, right? When you see certain things happening, and I'm telling y'all how it started, and I'm telling y'all, it started from 2 houses to a big complex now. And the only thing you can do is criticize the work. This is not me. I keep telling y'all, it's not me. I'm just doing what I believe he wants me to do. I don't like the obstacles that's coming. But y'all will find everything negative to say rather than looking at this man represents the community. This man is helping to rebuild no matter what. Y'all do not do that. Y'all want to tear me apart. Check this out. Now, we're down City Hall, one of them spots. What do I have in my hand? What do I have? I have a mic. I have one of those things, right? Can you see it? Now, I'm saying this because some people will, but why would I do this? Only to turn around and be a freaking crook. This is one of the houses I had on Mumford Avenue. And this is a bedroom setup. One single room, bedroom, private room. I charge $500 for that room. The person I'm with They charged 600. They wanted 7. I told them that was too much. I keep telling y'all over and over. When I'm helping somebody else, I got to go by their stuff. All of this right here, see this? I got my cards again. I lost all of my stuff because the police has raided the house I was in and tore up all my information. So I got to gather all my information back. I told y'all what happened to me 2 years ago. It's like y'all don't. And I know a lot of y'all glad that those things happened to me. I know. This is another bedroom in one of the houses that I had, right on Mumford. And see how I fix it up, because it was for women with children. You see the teddy bears and stuff in there. So I prepared the rooms for the families. Miss Deborah, the one, says she don't want no kids in her building. But that's my rental property. He got another bedroom. Now, mind you, it's for women and children, or if it's an individual that wants a private room. Only share with y'all the stuff I do, and I get criticized every time. This is the couch conversation show I was having in the dining room at the building. Me and the book breakers. Mondays at 3. This is my broadcast network that we on now. Now, this is my teen talk. My nephew and his friend was hosting the teen talk show. This is my teen talk show. Be Moore's Real Teen Talk Show. My nephew and them will come out on the weekends to host this. He go another to show y'all. I'm about business, y'all. That's why I normally ask people, what are you doing to help make a difference in the community with the work that you are doing? Now, these are for my teen talk show. And I know they don't mind because I've been showing it anyway, but this was some years ago. It's just getting it back up again. These are some kids that was coming out too, speaking on the teen talk show. The teen talk show. And that's their mentor behind them, who brought them out. And the parents was welcome too to come out because they are young. So the parents, I don't do nothing basically without an adult's okaying with me. See, these are my youth. Some of them are 16. Now they older now, just to think about it. 2 years that went by, so they like 18 and stuff like that. These are my teen talk youth, the younger ones. So the goal is I want all of us to come back together. But it's just getting somebody to produce the show, to have it set up for our regular broadcast schedule, stuff like that. So that's why when I keep telling y'all, I need professional people to come out and do the rest of the work. I can, like, look again. See, I can start the services, the programs. I can start the programs because that's my vision. So everything I do is part of what business. So I can start it, but I need somebody else to actually carry it on. Now, this is, I'm over at, that's Pastor Hubert. That's Pastor Hubert. And he's a speaker too in Baltimore City. He's raw. And at Hubert's Memorial. Y'all might not know who these people is. That's Commissioner Harris right there. That's Anthony Brown beside him. That's Ivan Bates right there. I forgot this other attorney general name, but the white lady is Inspector General Isabel Cummings. If you look at that woman's head, that's right there. That's Mayor Assistant, what is it? Mayor Pugh, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I said Mayor Pugh. That's Sheila Dixon. I'm sorry. That's Sheila Dixon. That's Sheila Dixon, Mayor Sheila Dixon. Y'all know she got they call themselves coming for her. But look, there go Commissioner Harrison. There go Anthony Brown. Ivan Bates in the middle. Isabel Cummings is on the end. That's Inspector General Isabel Cummings. I told y'all I deal with some powerful people in Baltimore City. Kimberly Klasick, my son and her two stepsons play soccer together. They've been friends for the longest time. They're still friends now. Christopher Anderson, Kimberly Klasick, they Republicans. There she go again, Sheila Dixon. She's speaking at Ivan Bates. Remember he got voted in as state's attorney. So I came out to the event. I told y'all I deal with our politicians. A lot of people see what I be posting and what I'm saying, people that works with me in the community, but a lot of them don't say nothing. They don't, and it's not that they know what's going on, but they know I have my way of doing things. And I'm gonna tell y'all this too. A lot of them don't they respect where I'm at, but they might not care for the way I do things. I learned that. But they had the utmost respect. Whenever I walk in a room, they respect it. But see, we all way of doing what I had to understand. Like Lady J, I call her classy with her talk shows and everything. So I wanted to join with Lady J, but because I'm so rugged and because I'm so rough, I don't want to make her stuff and what she do looks bad. You get me? So we all have our own special way of how we do things, but we're all on the same path. It's just that I can come a little harder with mines, and they know that and they respect that. And I prayed before I came on because I wanted God to decrease me and increase himself in me. So when I ask God to do that, y'all got to understand, when I come, I'm being truthful. I'm being honest. I'm being real. And y'all might not like it, but to me, this is the way I was designed. And sometimes if I look at myself and the behavior or the way I might deliver something might seem totally out of context. Sometimes that's probably me getting in the way. My ego and my pride, yes. But for the most part, I am who I am. And my thing is, if you really respect the truth, that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm sharing the truth about stuff. And I started realizing a lot of people just afraid. And other people will tell me that, Steve, they're afraid. And the only thing I be wanting to share with y'all, the only thing I be wanting to share with y'all, right, is stop allowing stuff that's happening in this world, mainly in Baltimore City. And if you don't feel like certain things is right, you have to stand up and fight. And I don't mean fist fighting, I don't mean all of that. Just fighting for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. What y'all are doing for people like, I'm gonna say, our civil rights uh, uh, historians and stuff like that, that stood up for our people. And even when you look back at the ones that try to stand up for our people during the Slavery Trade Act, and it wasn't just, it was white people that fought against it too. So y'all, when you learn in your history, understand it clearly, and it was whites too that was enslaved. But you got to understand, it was the poor whites that they was able to take advantage of and take rule over. But a lot of times when we read and we study things, we only hear about what happened with us. And we dismiss other nationalities that went through the same things, rather than saying, oh my God, this happened to y'all too. But we will dismiss what your ancestors or their ancestors went through too. And what that does, that will shut them down from sharing their experience or their knowledge of what their grandparents and great grandparents went through. Because we play the victim and we'll come back and say, oh, nothing like us. Oh, nothing like us. Listen to how I'm saying it, because a lot of y'all are real good for doing it. And when I hear y'all do that, and I'm not trying to be smart, but when I hear y'all doing it, I hear that slavery mentality. Oh, not like us. Oh, not like this. Oh, no, not like that. Not realizing, like I said, other cultures suffered too. Allow, if they are a immigrant, or if they are a Jew, or if they are uh, a, I'm trying to think of other ethnics, y'all, ethnicity. Listen to them tell you what they went through, or as far as their culture wise too, because you're going to dismiss them. And they only telling you my family suffered too. Oh, but not like us. It's like, the heck what you got to say. They ain't suffer like us. And now, mind you, I'm 63. And a lot of the stuff I've been through, it's nothing like what I went through 2 years ago. And what I'm seeing, and I'm talking about a person that speaks out like I'm speaking now. And I'm trying not to be mad. Don't get it wrong. It hurts like hell. And I'm trying not to be mad. But to have two white people come up against me, I'm 61 years old. This was the first time in my life I ever understood, grandma, what oppression meant. 61. And this is the first time, Grandma. Hey, baby. This is the first time in my life I actually experienced oppression. I didn't even know what was happening to me. It was God that showed me what was happening. And I gotta go here because I always pronounce it wrong. Now watch what I'm getting ready to read with y'all, to y'all. And it was the Holy Spirit that guided me to this page. So I just want to say this, and it's not being smart, because I thought about my man, Jacoby, right? When I got locked up 2 years ago, mind you, I told y'all that it was two white. It was a white police officer, street police officer, and it was a white detective. Now I'm more familiar with the street officer because me and him had some great communications. Right? Listen to what I'm saying. This detective lady, I ain't know it all. This what God showed me. And I want to make sure I pronounce this right because I went into my Good News, Good Now Bible. Jerusalem is doomed, that corrupt, rebellious city that oppresses its own people. Jerusalem is doomed, the corrupt, rebellious city that oppresses its own people. Baltimore City is doomed, that corrupt, rebellious city that oppresses its own city. Well, people. You see what I just did? And I didn't understand it. Even though he said Jerusalem is doomed, that corrupt, rebellious city. He's calling Jerusalem on here, but he's telling me Baltimore City is doomed, the corrupt, rebellious city that oppresses its own people. I did not realize what had happened to me. Right? And as I read through this, because he's talking about, how I'm going to say people of power and authority can come together with the pencil, with the paper and the pen and sock it to you. So as I was reading through this, and believe me, I kept reading it and I kept reading it the whole time I was there. So I'm getting ready to go up to this right here, right? Near verse number 20. When God told me, and this was the only thing I could hold on to, Granny, because I'm somewhere I should not be. The time is coming. I will bring your scattered people home. I will make your name famous. I will make you famous throughout the world and make you prosper once again. The Lord has spoken. I would read this just about every day. I was waiting for that time for me to come home. February the 16th, 2024, Granny, I was released to come home. He set me free. As joyful as people at a festival, the Lord says, I have ended the threat of doom and taken away your disgrace. Remember, I said I was so embarrassed. 61 years old. Out of all the stuff I've done in life, this was the first time I ever been to prison for doing what is right. The Lord your God is with you. His power gives you victory. The Lord will take delight in you, and in his love, he will give you new life. He will sing and be joyful over you. So for a lot of people that wants to go in the scripture, right? And they have a tendency of wanting to pull out the information that will cause you doom, that's condemning you to hell. That's not God. Okay? Anytime you got somebody on here and TikTok and they talking about condemning you and finding scripture to condemn you rather than build you, rather encourage you, rather than motivate you, rather to empower you, that's not God. That's not God. That's not God. Because did you hear me anytime from what I just read said anything to discourage you after I told you what happened to me and I didn't realize what was going on? The time is coming when they will say to Jerusalem, do not be afraid, city of Zion. Do not let your hands hang limp. So basically what he's saying is anything that's causing you pain and misery, that's causing you depression, that's trying to tear you down rather than building you up, you flip it. Anytime I come on your platform and I'm sharing stuff to encourage and empower people, but you want to go into scripture and you want to find stuff that will condemn people, that's not of God. That's his way of telling you if you living in a corrupted lifestyle, you will be condemned to certain things. But that's just a form of saying you're going to be punished. So you don't go in to feed somebody more information, to let them know because they human and because you might fall according to your flesh. And they're going to turn around and condemn them when they already torn down. And you finding scripture to keep them down. You're not finding scripture to build. So when you come to talk to Steve, don't play me. Don't play me. I'm not a child. I'm not a child when it comes to my spiritual walk. Don't get mad at me when I share about the services that myself and other people do to build power, to build courage, to motivate people. I will come off your platform because that's not what I believe in. That's not how I embrace and encourage and motivate the people. Now let's talk about the land. We need to go back to the land. What land is you talking about? Now let me show you the land that Steve Copeland be talking about. We got a lot of property around in Baltimore City and on the outskirts. So what you want to do when you're talking about building land, you want to purchase as much of that community or that land as you can to start rehabbing and revitalizing communities. building it up where it can serve, if you want to say, your Black individuals and families. But from what I begin to see, everybody that need that type of services and help is not all Black. Okay? So you want to talk about the promised land, and you don't even have a dime in the dollar, but you talking. So the goal is, the promised land God showed me is you start rehabbing and revitalizing houses for inner cities communities that cannot afford the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 houses that your millionaires and your billionaires and your people with real good money can afford. So you talking a good game. And when I ask you, what are you doing to make a difference? You get offended because you're not doing nothing. You're talking a good game. I'm starting up with the temporary houses. You go from the temporary houses to the permanent. Home. 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 And guess what? Remember I said home? The clients that's in my housing program, if they just renting property, if they just leasing property, they got the option with the building in the communities itself to afford a brand new house. Shopping centers and everywhere. With the money in that area, if it's just melanated people, will go back into the community. Just like where I'm at now, over here near Morgan. The money that's being spent goes right back into the community. So some of you, and I'm gonna try to watch calling you names, but some of you that talks real good and it's not being smart, when I ask you, what is you doing to make a difference, you get offended. But when I tell you I have millionaires and I know several billionaires, at least I know there's two, I block, their block, their block. Okay. I know millionaires that's actually doing this. The goal is to get them to invest in my housing program as well, with rehabbing and revitalizing houses for low to moderate income people. I'm not talking about your millionaires, your billionaires, creating houses for them. They got the money to do it. So don't get offended when big mouth black kid, but the big mouth boy black dudes show up on stuff on TikTok. And then I want to come in because y'all talking theory stuff. Y'all talking research. I'm sharing with you from a level of personal experience. You start out with the temporary housing. You get them prepared for the homes and the residents that they're going to be responsible for. Can I say that again? Can I say that again? Can I say that again? Because I think I might lose you. Hallelujah. Can I say that again? You start them out with the temporary process and you teach them how to become responsible and manageable for their own property. You teach them how to cut grass. You teach them how to trim hedges. You teach them how to clean it up with the housing program, the temporary housing program. You teach them. You show them. That's what strengthening the community is all about. That's what the LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope is all about. And then I could say that on certain platforms on here, and you know what somebody else will come back and say? It's like what I said never came out. They'd come back and say, we need to have programs for them. And I'm like, God, didn't I just share with them what I was doing here in Baltimore City? And it goes to show me, you're not listening. And sometimes I be feeling like I'm wasting my time with a bunch of grown people. Now, I could see if I was talking to 5 or 6-year-olds that don't understand. I'd be talking to some adults, grown people. And I listen to your response back. Like you ain't heard a word I just said. And I'd be like, am I speaking English? And that's why I say little crazy stuff, y'all. I got 9th grade education. I understand life better than you do with your college degree and all that. I be saying it to be smart. But I be saying it because I want you to catch, right, what's happening. Because you're so used to this, and I understand that. But you're not using this to bring in solutions. You're using your education or you're using your knowledge in that sense just to help me understand that you've done some great research, that you study certain things, but you haven't put it to action. You haven't put it to work. And it's a lot of real educated people that has provided programs that does, because they study to get their degrees and everything to better the community, to actually improve people's lives. But a lot of y'all want to come in and you want to talk about research and therapy, and I can only tell you about Baltimore City. I don't live in Alabama. I don't live in Africa. I don't live in China. I don't live in Baidu. And you'll sit back and talk about everything else and all around the world than to talk about what you're doing in your community to better whatever. You know more about other people's cities than your own. And it's okay to have that knowledge. Don't get it wrong. But I ain't impressed. I want to know, what are you doing? Maybe it's something I'm missing over here with me. What are you doing? And help me to better understand, just in case I'm lost, how to improve what I'm doing. And a lot of y'all cannot do it. I run across people from time to time that actually speak my language. But a lot of y'all cannot do it. And I'm going to share this to y'all on TikTok because y'all real good with doing that. What is this 50-50? I'm listening to y'all on TikTok. What is this 50-50? And not only that, I'm listening to women say, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. You don't need a man. Well, I do stay up late for a while. Now, let me say this. That's just like me saying, I don't need a woman. I ain't been in a relationship in 6 years. But I'm going to say I don't need a woman. I want a relationship. But I want a woman that can balance me spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. Can you do that? I ain't talking about your money. I ain't talking about you cooking. I'm not talking about you cleaning. I'm not talking about you washing clothes. I'm not even talking about you watching the kids. I'm too old for that one, though. Know why? Because I do that very well. But I need a woman to help balance me out as a man of God, as a powerful, strong black man. When I'm feeling weak in spiritual areas, can you build me back up spiritually, emotionally, mentally? And let me share this with a lot of y'all. My daughter is 36, my oldest. Then I have a stepdaughter, 29. I have another stepdaughter, 27. I have a 24-year-old daughter. I have a 22-year-old son. Do you know who builds me up mentally, spiritually, and emotionally when their daddy is down? It's some of the stuff that they say out their mouths that I be so amazed to build me up as a human being. Can you, as a woman, as my mate, do that for me? Knowing that I'm going through purdy hell over here. For the most part, it's my son and my daughter that builds me spiritually. It's just because of the words they say out their mouth. You know why? Because that's the way their father raised them and they grew up in the church. They only giving back to their father what their father gave to them. Can you? They ain't trying to steal. They ain't trying to take. They ain't trying to see what they can get over on. They are not. My kids know what I'm going through right now, dealing with the people I'm dealing with. They are the ones. My 24-year-old daughter. My 22-year-old son. The 27-year-old, she out there doing her thing. I'm talking about working and being responsible and being productive. So we ain't been talking like we used to because she like out doing what she's supposed to do. But that was the one too. If we talk on that level, they will always come back and share something powerful. Now tell me, and I'm going to say this, as a woman, can you encourage me, empower me, and motivate me mentally, emotionally, and spiritually? And in order for you to do that for me, you got to have it within yourself. See, you have to be built a certain way. Mainly, you better have a relationship with God. But you have to be built a certain way. These things have to be within you in order to build me, encourage me, empower me, and motivate me. You know why? Because it's in me. So you only enhancing what's already there. Mainly when I'm falling weak. When I'm falling weak. When I'm falling, can you build me? I guarantee you won't name one of y'all answer. Because if you don't know yourself, you won't know what to do with me. But what you'll try to do, you'll try to rule me. You'll try to dominate me. Because your goal is to try to bring me down, to belittle me. But if you know yourself, if you know your worth, you can only enhance me. Did that fly over your head? So let me say this again. What is this 50-50? How many people you know that actually comes on TikTok and they make over, I'm going to say, 150,000 or 200,000 a year, 400,000, a million, waste their time on TikTok? I be hearing y'all talking about all this hundreds of thousands that you're making, but you on TikTok. Now, I'm on TikTok. And if you listen to what I say on TikTok, I'm promoting my business. That's the difference. I'm advertising my business. That's the difference. I'm letting y'all know what Steve Copeland does in Baltimore City. Because that's my purpose. Because you might be in another city that wants to learn to do or start off a business to a nonprofit and doing in your city what Steve doing in Baltimore. So like I had to explain to people, I'm on TikTok because of the business side of what I do. I'm on TikTok. And right now, I'm on my Restream broadcast network. I'm restreaming over here, and I got TikTok right here. Because I didn't embed it into my Restream platform because they're very sensitive with words. So that's why I have to be careful. So I didn't embed it in because I didn't need to be blocked or it's restricted. See, I'm on my broadcast network. Understand the difference. It's a live stream broadcast network that streams around the world to different platforms. I'm not saying that TikTok don't, but I get people in Africa, all over the world, the UK and all of that watches my live streams. They might not respond to it, but anybody that does a broadcast network or live stream, it will tell you, it will send you something to let you know, like how many people in certain countries or continents have viewed your stuff. I'm trying to think of what it's called, where they send you the analyze page, something like that. I will get that once a month to let me know, like, what areas watch my lives the most, interact with me, all of that. So y'all know what they call. I just can't find the word right now. So, and it'll tell me what cities in Baltimore City that actually watches my broadcasts a lot. It sends you like a survey. You get me? I think that's the word. An analyst. And what is it called? Because I get it on here. Like when I get off my live stream, it will send me something telling me like what cities and areas, like continents. It could be Africa, be two different parts of Africa. But it will tell me like 2%, 10%, 5%, to let me know what other areas that sees me, which I can't see myself. So it'll send me a matter of fact, when I log out of this, it'll do it on Facebook. It's private stuff I could look at just to see. Even though I'm looking at 6 bureaus here, it's a lot. It's a lot in the background. I already know it. And I'm gonna tell you how I know a lot more for the people that does listen to me. And I mean watch me and I don't see them. When they see me walking around in the city and they go, Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. I be like, you make me sick. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. That's how I know that people be watching me. Because they'll start singing my song. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. And one guy told me, he said, man, I watch you a lot. I just don't comment. So it helped me to understand. I know a lot of y'all see me. My church members and all that. I know it. And I hate to say it, but I gotta say it. I know a lot of y'all don't like the way I come. And that's why a lot of people don't, they don't show up. Because in a way, you don't want nobody to know you know me. And y'all think I don't know that. I don't associate with him. And I know it. I know it. I know a lot of y'all like, I don't even want people to know he's sick. He this, he that. No, he's not. He's being truthful. And a lot of stuff I say out my mouth, right? Y'all be wanting to say, because y'all see what I see. But you're afraid to stand up. I already know it. I already know it. I can tell y'all this. And I keep sharing it in a way. I'm not a paid organizer. I'm not a paid, say, human rights advocate. Because the reason why I'm not, which I would love to, because there's certain guidelines that you have to follow. And normally they write your script when you're speaking out on things. They'll write everything they want you to say about a certain situation. But keep in mind, the reason why I didn't, because I don't want nobody to hold me back from my freedom of speech. I can get paid just like everybody else. It's just for me, I have to learn to shut my mouth. Because I can only, when you're paid a representative or something, you're only allowed to go but so far. And to give y'all a prime example, and next time y'all hear her, next time you hear her, think about the big mouth, bald head, black dude. The next time y'all hear her, I'm telling you, think about the big mouth, bald head, black dude. Jasmine Crockett. Y'all know, what is she, like a senator? And she speaks out a lot, right? Now watch the difference in what I'm getting ready to say. Y'all know she is an elected official. Y'all know she's elected official, right? But look at her other title. She's a community activist. That's why she speak out like she did. Now, I didn't know that at first. But once I realized she's a community activist, what she's doing, she's going against the grain. And y'all talk bad about her. She only saying stuff because she see the corruption. She see the games as a politician that's speaking against the norm. And then when I realized she's a community activist too, that's why she do this. Because she's speaking against the norm from what she see that's happening. And look how they tear her apart. Anybody that speaks like me, yeah. Bear said Obama was an activist as well. See, y'all got to understand, anybody, watch what I'm doing, that speaks out against their fellow members, their colleagues, y'all will bash them when they only telling y'all what's going on behind the scenes. They will find everything in the world to discredit you. Let me share this one too. Merlin Mosby, when she stood up for Freddie Gray, and she went against all, like, the police department and all that. Look how they came up against her. That was to shut her down. Merlin Mosby, I can't tell you right now, is she still on home monitor? This woman had the right to withdraw whatever amount of money she had in her retirement fund. That's personal. To purchase those 2 houses in Florida that she was going to use as more of an investment to make money off. How did they find that out? Somebody dug in her stuff. That was her personal stuff. And I guarantee you, a lot of y'all done borrowed money from your 401k, from your retirement plans. You might have borrowed it to say you was going to fix up stuff in the house and blah, 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 because that's what we normally do. But you might have borrowed a little bit more to take your family on vacation out of it. Know why? Because I did it. And all my money that I had in these 401k and retirement plans, I closed them out because they was using your money to profit off of your money. You heard what I just said? Your money. To profit off your money. To earn off your money. So when they went after her, she took her own personal money. You see how they play us as dummies? They play us as fools? How they enslave and oppress us? That was her money. Got you scared to dig in your own stuff. You don't even know if you're going to live to retire or enjoy it yourself. And she realized she used her money. Look what they did with Sheila Dixon. Oh, and to say this with Marilyn Mosby, she was speaking out for the truth. And that's how they was able to do what they did to her, because they was mad at her. Remember what I said with the 2 police officers, how they came up against me. How you going to charge me with home invasion, burglary, armed robbery? Well, let me go back to this one. Home invasion, burglary on my own rental property and business. Talking about my temporary housing program. And I guarantee you, y'all will make up a lot of excuses how they can do that. How can you? It's my leasing property. That's my rental property. Charge me with home invasion on I'm the tenant. Whether I'm sleeping in there or not, I am the tenant. How are you going to charge me with home invasion on my property that I'm renting and doing my business out of? And I want y'all to justify that. Because if that's the case, I shouldn't do rental property for transitional housing or temporary programs to help our homeless and less fortunate. So what they did, they made a good situation or blessing out to be something bad. And y'all will jump on a board with them. And I can explain to you, just like they kept coming to me saying, landlord, tenant, landlord, tenant. I said, no, I'm the tenant. These are my clients. Landlord, tenant, landlord, tenant. They were singing it so much, I thought I had to see a psychotherapist, a psychiatrist. Landlord, tenant, landlord, tenant. I said, no. I'm just telling y'all, and please listen. We are so the thinking wise. And I'm looking at enslaved mentally, emotionally, spiritually. We are being so bad fans. When I used to hear people say this, right, and I said it earlier, I did not understand when I would hear people say, like, we need to wake up. We need to wake up for what is happening around us, right? For what's being done. And I want to share this to y'all too. Even though we want to blame the white man for the oppression and enslavement that's going on, is black people part of that team too? Because we talking about people with money. We talking about people with power. We talking about people with authority. And they not all black. I mean white. I did not understand this at first. That's why I don't do the black white thing. White man this, white man that. Because I realize it's money. It's people that's more privileged. And I'm gonna go back to this one. Your haves and you don't have not. And because I can step on your neck and keep you oppressed and down and out, it doesn't matter about my color. Didn't Tyler Perry do that movie? The have and the have nots. They was mostly black. That have and you have not. And he's only showing people how people with money can take advantage of you. Because a lot of times, people with money and people with not money, who you think take care of people that don't have money? Who do you think that takes care of people that really don't have it. So they have to rely on the state and the government. So when you have a lot, you got to put it somewhere, right? Because it's not on you like it's in your pockets. So somebody taking your have-a-lots money that's sitting in them banks, sitting in these little funds, and only paying you a certain percentage where you can take that money and invest it in the LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope and earn more in the return than what the bank is giving you, because your money just sitting there. So in doing what you do, I got my treasury in place. They focusing on the money that you investing in the company. They send you a check every month. You can take that check, leave your money, put that check somewhere else. But when you're dealing with an entity where all your money's in it, when you earn an income off of it, interest off of it, it's still in that same cookie. It's not split to the side of you getting a separate check to let you see how much you earned off the money that's sitting. But I'm sending you a check through what I do. The business temporary housing program wise, right? You will see an actual check come every month to show you the interest that you made off the money that you got sitting, to help you see how your money actually working for you. Band fan, did you miss what I just said? That's why with the housing program, I have to reach out to investors. I have to reach out to business partners, people that don't have a problem with investing the money that they got sitting in this facility. They earn an interest off it, but they're not seeing the interest because the interest in there being put back into. But you won't see it separated. So you don't know, the money just still sitting there. So what it is with strengthening the community, the LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope, when you invest in your money, you got 3 million, 2 million, 100,000, 200,000, whatever. And you say, I'm investing this. And we flip it again. But you invested your 100,000. So I'm just using this off as an example because I'm not calculating it that fast. But off of your 100,000, let me do that. Normally off 100,000, I'm gonna say at 10%, which you wouldn't get that much. I'm just saying. 10% of 100,000 is 1,000. So that means if you invested 100,000 each month, and I'm only saying this at 10,000. I mean at the 100,000. 10% of that 100,000 at 10%, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because I'm trying to make sure I say the numbers right. You would actually get $1,000. See, I'm just looking at if you buying a house and you paying 10%. I mean, you pay 10% of that $1,000. That $100,000 house is $1,000. If the bank is giving you 2.9% off your money, and Mr. Copeland come in and I give you 4% off your 100,000, but you keep your 100,000 to flip for you, Mr. Copeland going to send you separately that interest check, and you can take that interest check. And if you have another account, you'll see your money come. You'll see your interest for yourself to put it somewhere else each month. This is how you do business. This is how Trump and them. This is how the bank making money off your money, because your money is sitting and you think you're doing something, but they taking your money and they letting other people borrow your money and they making interest off of your money, but they giving you something back. This is what the temporary housing program is about. Thanks, Devin. 10% of 100,000 is 10%. Thanks, Devin. I think I was trying to look at it too more on, all right, I'm gonna go with what Devin said. Okay. Because I'm looking at the housing part of it, right? Because if you have a house and the house costs 1,000, but 10% of that 1,000 would be 10, what Devin said, 10,000. But what I was doing, Devin, and thanks, what I was doing, I was taking it down, right, to that 10%. But now, that's how it used to be. At one point, if you pay 100,000 for a house and they charge you 10% of that 100,000, you paid in the mortgage 10,000. So that's why they had to change it. Like Devin just put there. Thanks, Devin. Devin just put it there. So now, if you look at 6% of that 100,000, come on, Devin, give me that. Or if you're looking at 3% of that 100,000, because because it got to the point people could not pay that 10%. It was one time they was able to. If you're looking at a house around about 28,000 or 50,000, and it's 10% on that. That's why they had to, not that they do away with it now, they had to break it down and start making it more affordable for you to come in. That's why now what you do, you have lenders. You have, well, I'm trying to make sure realtors, right? You have lenders, you have financial advisors, basically, to teach you and to help you get your credit scores up. Because the higher your credit score is, the lower your interest rate's going to be of that 10,000. Thanks for adding it up real quick. But the lower, because now you got people that you can get a house. You can get a house, period, right? Your credit score can be low as heck. You can get a house. Wait a minute. Yeah, you can get a house. Your credit score could be low as heck, but your interest rates going to be high as hell. That's why with our program, Devin, like I said, thanks, is to help you work on your credit scores. The higher your credit score, the lower your interest rates will be on that home. Now, thanks again, Devin, because look, and I don't want to mention the person's name. I said it the other day. Hard money lenders. The person was he was giving me a house, and it cost $200,000 to rebuild the house, right? To rehab the house. And what he said to me, and that's on $200,000. He said, your mortgage, get your credit score up to 620. He said the mortgage for the house will only be $1,300 a month. But he told me get it to 620. So now the way I looked at it, Devin, whoever he worked with to lend me the money, he's just a developer. So his goal is to develop the house. And he would design it in the inside the way I want it. He did that for my buddy. My buddy got a lot of houses. And he told me program houses, Devin. I just wanted to make this straight, like recovery houses. And he told me, he said, when I first met such and such and such, he said he was only worth 70,000 a year when he met my friend. He said now he's worth millions. I said, "Ooh, help me." I said, "Help." So this is when he told me, he said, get your credit score up to 620. Now he deals with lenders and he know where the credit score need to be for me to actually get that loan from the lenders that he dealing with. Now, when he said, Devin, and I'm talking about on a $200,000 house, right? And we already know, and I think that payment's still too goddamn going high. That payment high. But it was 200. So, you know, the mortgage, 10% of that 200, the mortgage would have been like 2,000, 20,000 if it was at 10. I'm trying to calculate your stuff. But now, this is what he said. When he said that the mortgage would be for that 200,000, 1,300 a month. When I calculated it, Devin, just to see how much that was in that amount, and then my credit score is 620, and we're looking at the interest rate, right? Or the payment wise on that. That interest rate, Devin, was around about 6%, about 5% off of the 200,000. Because what I was trying to do was bring it down to the price range that he said. So I had to find out what percentage in it of that 200,000 and what would cause that payment to be around about 13. So now we're moving away from 10, right, down to that right there. So the way I calculated it, and I was looking for you to put it up there, Devin. The way I was calculating it, the interest rate wise, I want to make sure I'm saying it right, would be around 6% for it to be about 13. I ain't lose y'all, did I? But I had to calculate it like that, which showed me why. And then on top of that, keep in mind, you have programs out there for home buyers. And you get into those programs, they will take a certain amount off too. Not only that, they will take a certain amount off for your closing costs on that 200. Now, when I last talked with his partner that works with him, he was telling me that I'm going to say the state, or I'm going to say the funding that offer those percentages off of home buyers programs, he said they're trying to cut it out. So what they're doing for people like me or their people that they're designing houses for, what they are doing, they're making the individual pay more money to have these houses. Now, this a billionaire I'm telling y'all about, real estate person that deals with the city with developing houses. Now they're starting to cut out programs that will help people, that will get into some of the government sub programs to help pay for a lot of that. So my thing was, don't worry about it. And the reason why I say don't worry about that is because I know some people that's in government that has fundings where you can get the necessary money to help you. But the thing with this, keep in mind, y'all, the programs that Elon Musk and Trump is trying to cut out, they won't be cut out completely. It's just a certain amount of people now will be able to apply for the government funding, mainly towards your home buying programs. But the reason why I'm not personally worried about that is because I know some of the people that actually distribute the funding. So those are the ones in politics that I have to go to and talk to. So if y'all want to sit here and say, who is you, blah, 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 that's because I'm into the politics side as well. So you have to know who's in control of certain funding. You get me? And I was about to mention some of them names, but I can't. I got to watch it. Certain things I have to watch. So when my friend called me and asked me to partner up with him, and I shared this the other day with y'all, he was looking at some lands that he want to redevelop and commercial stuff too, where he want to redevelop. But guess what? They fighting him from getting the land. They won't let him get the land. And when he reached out to me, he said, Steve, I got the money myself. He said, I don't want money from them to do the work. He said, I got my own money, but they're blocking him from giving him the land that he can redevelop. So he said, Steve, I want you to join me because you know them. And he want me to deal with the politics side of it. And I said, no problem. Now, mind you, he don't need their money. They blocking him from doing the necessary work. Now, my cousin in North Carolina, she got an organization that wants to come in and start rehabbing and vitalizing houses in Baltimore City as well. They fighting them not to come in and do the work. So it dawned on my cousin. She said, that's right. My cousin in Baltimore City do this, do that, do this. So she reached out to me. So I told her, tell him, come on. And the reason why I said, tell him to come on, because I need people with money so that we can do the work in Baltimore City. So if you are a developer and you are or if you are a developer or a nonprofit or some type of organization that wants to come into Baltimore City and rebuild up, mainly in the poor communities, you need some of the contracts. That's what they're asking for. They are asking to be able to get a contract here. Now watch, and I shared this the other day, watch where I go at, because I'm going to talk with them to get you a contract to come in Baltimore City and develop communities and commercial stuff. Now, where do I stand? Not the temporary housing part no more. As a person that's looking at rehabbing and revitalizing houses too, guess what I'm coming in now? As a commercial broker to get you the contract. Because I know who to go to and talk to. That's why my friend asked me to join him, so I can go to the people to just let them know what Strengthen the Community is about, what the LaTanya D. Copeland House is about. I'm working with certain projects, developers and stuff like that. And we want a portion of that contract. Even if you hire other contractors, like from Delaware, other places. When I come in, and I have to come in as a professional, don't get it wrong. Because if we can give you the paperwork to like, their bid might be too high to come in and do this. So what we'll do, right? We'll present them with rehabbing and revitalizing houses with our contract and business proposal and everything, and our prices would be a little bit cheaper. Now, let me share this too. If the city don't do that, I know people with land trusts that have houses that need to be developed. They just need people with money. So once again, here goes Steve Copeland. I will go to the ones that have land trusts. That's all we got to do is bring the money. And they got the property. And I ain't sharing who they is because I'll be giving things away. But I know who have them. And they have property in it. So the only thing, once again, you come up with your paperwork, you make sure your price is right, you make sure your money right, we present it to the city. That's where my business coming in. Strengthen the community. What we plan on doing to better build in the community. And I'm only sharing this, y'all, because some of y'all take me as a black, dumb, ignorant man. I know my stuff. So anybody with millions or billions, and if you want to invest in Baltimore City, I have a whole team. Even can tell you which areas to better start building in that got property. I know people that you can go and get property from to make vegetable gardens and all of that. And Bear said it last night. I call it agricultural, right? Properties, land. And Bear said it. They're farm areas that you can actually turn into housing projects. I mean, not housing projects, but communities. And it's not just in Baltimore City. You can take people in Baltimore City and move them into brand new communities with shopping centers, malls, and all this type of stuff for mainly your melanated people. You can do that. And the thing is, because I've been involved, I'm involved, not been, but because I know the people that we can go to actually get their permission to do what we need to do. It's just a lot of y'all don't know. Like the type of people that I deal with. And because I'm starting back now, remember, I was put away for 2 years. I was on home monitor for 13 months. I've been off home monitor now for 2 months. So I'm back to doing a little bit of the stuff that I was doing before I was shut down. It's a lot of stuff that I'm coming up against now that reminds me so much of what happened to me the first time. But that was the polices that did this the first time. So now I'm coming up against people that I thought was actually for me or with me on the business tip. But the thing is, and I say it over and over and over and over and over, I'm just temporary housing. I'm housing the homeless and less fortunate people temporarily to prepare them to get into permanent housing. So the way we prepare them, the best way I could say it to cut it short, you want to turn that ghetto mentality into something more positive. So you want to change their quality of life, of thinking, of responding and doing things. And that's where the professional people come in at, like the mental health program. You don't have to have an issue. But if you receiving at this point medical assistance, and we can get you the type of service that you need to be done for free right now, let us do what we got to do. That's where the professional ones come in at, who can build Medicaid for changing your quality of life mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, so that we can put you into a more better or sophisticated way of life or conservative way of life. So now we're taking you from here and we're working with you and your family to be able to go here. So you'll have a better way of raising your family and teaching them morals, values, and new principles, mainly when they're young. You want to teach them morals, values, and healthy principles. Your teenagers, we might have to work with a little harder because, they stuck in between. That's where the Teen Talk Show, the Be More Real Teen Talk Show come into play, because you want to be able to give out youth a voice to express where they at, how they feel, what's going on. But you want somebody there, mainly other youth, that might have lived that life or been in that life, but can encourage and motivate them, because it's more like somebody near their level that can better relate to them, but they're not there no more, and they're doing more positive stuff. So you want people near their age that can embrace them. I can step in as unc. I can step in as dad. I can step in as granddad. I can step in, and when I step in, the goal is to apply the morals, values, the principles in their lives to live a better way of life. But see, now what y'all are doing with me, and I gotta go here, you want to make me out to be a lying, no good creep, when that's not the services I provide. So what you're doing, you're discouraging other people from getting the necessary help that they need to grow. You're not hurting me, because I only can provide a service. It's the people that has to change. So when you come back with that slave man mentality, where you want to turn people away or discourage people from strengthening the community from the Latanya D. Copeland House of Hope, you think you're doing a great thing, but you ain't doing nothing no more than anybody else that wants to depress them. I mean, to oppress them and keep them enslaved and keep them trapped for the lifestyle they living in. You're not even giving them a chance to turn their lives around. You trying to convince them why it's so important not to go over to strengthen their community. So keep in mind, and I'm going to get ready to end this, you are not hurting me. You are doing what most people do that lives a more comfortable way of life, and they don't want to see other people move ahead. And you're too afraid, so you'll talk against. You'll talk against. You will talk against. If I have a temporary housing program for mothers with children that's homeless, out on the streets, who family don't want them in, or they just fell a hard time. A lot of them is not there with that. Or they don't have the finances to live in a decent place. You want to discourage them for coming here and learning the necessary things to be more independent? I give people jobs and everything. If you're only making a little bit of money, I'll send you somewhere where you can earn more. But see, rather than you doing your research on me, that's all one person got to do is say something negative. And about 1 million of y'all will believe it rather than doing your research. But you can research everything else. like past history, what happened in this BC and BTC, before Christ, after Christ. But you won't even do the research on what I do. You won't even Google it. You won't even Google transitional housing. You won't even Google temporary housing program. And it will tell you our mission is working with the homeless and the less fortunate population. You temporary housing them. You doing temporary to permanent, but you providing a service in between. A lot of transitional houses and programs say they provide certain services, because this is what the clients tell me. They don't do nothing what you doing, Mr. Steve. And be honest with you, I know a lot of them not. They don't have the programs we have. So, thank y'all. Y'all know I love y'all. I'm trying to give myself like a mental break right now, emotional break. And basically what I'm saying when I say that, because of some of the stuff that I'm facing right now, and would hurt me, I can only tell y'all about me. Okay? And if somebody tell you something negative about me, please don't revert it back. Don't keep coming at me with it. Don't do it. Because what you doing, right, I can only tell you about Steve. I can only tell you about Steve. So if you have somebody discrediting Steve, right, that's where that he say, she say stuff goes. Please come and talk to me. Look, you can come on my TikTok. You can come on my live stream, broadcast, restream, live stream, restream broadcast network, right? I'm talking about me. And I feel like this. What the freak I look like coming on here starting broadcast networks and stuff and got a lie. I'm not selling y'all nothing. I'm not asking y'all for nothing. Look at what I'm doing. I'm only over here promoting and advertising a service. I ain't asked y'all for nan dime, and if I do, I'm asking you to help our most vulnerable people that fell on hard time. How can y'all get that twisted up? How? If you call yourself like a lover or a follower, and I can only say Jesus Christ, yours might be Allah, yours might be whoever, but I'm just saying, trying to teach people a better quality of life. I'm not selling nothing. I'm bringing people in that don't really have nothing to help them gain something. And you feel like in your feeble mind that you want to tear that apart, and you got the right to do it, and we only filling in the gap for people that can slip through the gap of homelessness through homeless service and all of that. Most of the people that I help are people, they didn't caught so many of these programs that get money. I'm the one that answer my phone. And most of the social workers and all of that will tell me that. Mr. Copeland, I didn't call this place, that place, this place. And you about the only one to answer your phone. And I'll start laughing every time, because I hear it every time. And then I would say, how can I help you? What's going on? And they have to tell me what's what in order for me to begin to work with them. So for me, until I'm able to get somebody that can represent me like that, I can back up off the business side of doing things. Even when you come to the housing program, I have to feel your aura to match you with the right people or person. See, so I'm feeling you out. And then once I feel you out, I'm be like, oh, I can put her in room 5 with her and her kids. Because if you don't fill a person out, you will match unwanted energy together. So I have to fill them out myself. And then I'll tell them, come on, let's go upstairs. Now, mind you, when I say that, I got either 1 or 2 women with me. And I'm talking about my staff members. I say, come on, walk with me, y'all, because they already know. They already know. I do not deal with women alone. So when you go in your head and your mind and your heart, and you hear somebody say, Mr. Steve did this, Mr. Steve did that, be honest with you, I do not. I do not. And that's the good part. And that's the part I made sure I wouldn't do this time. Deal with a woman by myself. So if you hear somebody say I beat them up, then they got to talk about my staff, my board of directors. And I'm talking about the women. Because I don't deal with women one-on-one. I don't. And they'll tell you. They will tell you. Even my men workers, if they on a woman floor, they will tell you they're not supposed to be on that floor without another woman. Because I don't want no woman to accuse none of my volunteer men that works in the building, touching on them or doing anything. Okay? So I'm only telling y'all, Mr. Copeland's not by himself. I don't deal with women one-on-one. That's why when I came back, I said I wasn't going to deal with certain things by myself. I had to put a staff. I had to put some people in front of me. So when you hear anything, even somebody going to press charges and said I did this and I did that, let me tell you this. I ain't got to open up my mouth. That's all I got to do is let one of my staffs speak for me. Because even though a person pressed charges against you, they are false charges when it comes to something like that. So you wanted to come on here, and I'm not going to point it out too much, but I'm just saying, you might see the paperwork. I have not still seen the paperwork yet for me to go to court in July. But I knew this because of so much of the hatred towards me that people was going to remind me of it. That's why I ain't even worried about it. That's why I ain't search it up. Because when you know you didn't do nothing wrong, you just going through the process. So I had women and a guy that was right there, my staff. Because I don't do stuff one-on-one. And you up here gloating off of other people's lives. That's all I gotta do is sit back. Once I tell the judge, Your Honor, I don't even know that person. And I can tell the judge, once I say, my housing program, stuff like that, and I can say this, it's my women, my staff. I'm talking about the staff members, that's women, who deals mainly with the women. And anytime I gotta come up, you must have went against the rules. Because when I step in, right, and when I say that, right, if you look at my pictures, the kitchen gotta be nice and neat and clean. Your bedroom's gotta be nice and neat and clean. Right? Hey, Dr. K, your bedrooms, all of this, because my office is set up in a way and an example on how I want you to take care of your stuff. If it's a little like glasses in the sink or cups in the sink in my white container, I will go if the staff don't wipe them off right. I will go and wash them out and put them in the dish thing. Sometimes I wash them out and dry them and put them away. And the reason why I do it, because I do it at home still. I do it here. Anytime I cook, I do anything. I'm the type of person, as I cook, I clean up too. So this is how I teach them. And not just that I teach them, this the way the staff. It's okay. I got you. I got you. Everything I do as a responsible, productive man who was taught from an early young age how to cook, clean, and sew and all of that, right? I just get back to them. I just get back to my client. I told you my mother taught me how to be responsible and productive and all of that. I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. I always cook Christmas dinners. At my house, we always had the cookouts. I was the one that did all the grilling. As my children and family members be gotten older, got older, right? I got to the point I'm like, y'all gonna start bringing dishes, like plates and stuff, and they gonna cook and this and that. All right, what you bringing? What you bringing? Because it got to the point I was getting tired of doing it by myself. And right now to this day, I will still cook Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all of that. But I don't cook a lot. So if my kids wants to come and eat, daddy already got something over there. Their mother cooking. If my nieces and nephews want to come, I just cook a small amount now. But I make sure it's enough just in case the family want to plate. And they will call me. You cook today, home? Because now that I'm a little bit older, I don't run. Well, for the last 2 years, y'all know I haven't been able to run to family houses like Thanksgiving and Christmas and stuff like that, right? So I wasn't able to do that. So now it's about me getting back into the swing of a lot of stuff that I used to do. I only been off a home monitor now. Like I said before, the 28th of this month will be 3 months. And look at the hell I'm going through. Look at the hell I'm going through. I only been off a home monitor. Now, only to start doing the stuff that I used to do. And look at the hell I'm going through. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to call you and talk with you. Wow. Wow. I know we had talked about it a little bit that you was coming here and everything. So keep me informed. Keep me informed. Because some of the stuff we talked about right now, I'm at a halt. And I wanted to make sure that we had people to provide that special service for you. But right now, with the housing portion of everything, I'm at a halt. Everything. Everything. Because what I was trying to share with this guy, right? And I'm not going to let nobody discourage me or disappoint me. And I'm going to have to get ready and end my live stream because my battery ran low. But the more I look at it, Dr. K, God moved me. I lost 2 transitional houses to a whole apartment building. I'm going to say that again. Because of what happened 2 years ago, I wasn't there to continue doing what I need to do to keep the houses running. Plus, before that, I was getting ready to get a 3rd house and a 4th house. But I wasn't able to do that because of what happened to me. So now I'm in a complex where we have 13 apartments. So I'm able to house 10 times the amount of people that I had at first. And all of a sudden, y'all, something went boom, and it came to a halt. So, and me saying this, he's moving people out of my way. This facility, either it's going to become mine. And I'm talking about because I'm subleasing. So it's going to become mine, where I am actually renting from the owner itself. And nobody can interfere with that and step in to try to tell me how to run strengthening the community. And you don't have no clue and idea on what to do. But you're standing in the way. So God did not take me here to say, psych. And somebody please tell her that. Now, if this is not the place, he got something bigger and better. And I know you might not be there no more, Curtis, but let me take the picture of your number 2. But I keep telling y'all too, before I came here, God shut that door behind me of a lot of the stuff that I was going through. And when he shut that door, and I don't care what y'all do with it because I'm sharing my personal experience. It was like the door he closed behind me, and I seen the bright light of the door in front of me. I see, look, he closed that door. And when he opened up the other door, it was a big bright light. And I'm shaking like this. But I'm walking through that door. And this is where I'm at now. I'm on the other side. So the reason why I'm saying that too is because I started seeing the blessings coming. Even with this right here, I started seeing it. And it started out beautiful, don't get it wrong. And I don't think it's nothing lost. It's just a hindrance right here. And I'm gonna share this with you, bro. Because number one, when I asked you to come on and help me with my clients' mental health care services, that's all I asked. I didn't ask you to go behind me too, and y'all have meetings behind my back. Because the thing is, how can you have a meeting about my temporary housing program without me? So I had to cut off that connection now. Come up against me. Because guess what? Like I said, the clients that you are serving, you can keep them. You can keep them. Because I will find me another healthcare provider service to help my clients. Listen to what I just said. To help my clients. I didn't say the temporary housing program. I said the clients. When I ask for, like, if you come to me, keep in mind, if you come reach out to Steve Copeland for work, like clients for your business, I'm looking for you to provide the services for the clients that they need, not my business, as far as me on a personal note. No, I'm talking about the individual homeless people, homeless services people. That's all I need you to do. But when you make me feel like I'm doing something wrong because this person, and I done told you everything, and I feel like now you coming up against me, I only ask you to help the clients. I'm damn good at what I do transitional houses wise. So guess what? Personally, I'm not dealing with you no more. You can continue servicing the clients that signed under you. But when I get my new facility, if I move out this with new clients, you will not service them. Or if I keep the facility and I bring in new clients and you won't get them, you just fucked yourself. And excuse my language, y'all, because y'all know I'm a Christian man. I'm a God-fearing man. I'm a Holy Ghost-filled, fire-baptized man. I just don't speak in tongues. And I hope y'all go back and tell him, because I told him I was coming on my live. But the only thing I'm saying to y'all, please, and I'm trying to explain that, I do temporary housing. And that's all I do. All that other stuff, y'all, I can't touch. And what I'm saying is, when you start that he say, she say, all right, go ahead, Dr. K. I might, once I get off here, I'm gonna try to go to sleep because I see it's 1:40 right here. But I can't do that. I can't do it. But when you come into here and you starting that he said, she said, and that one said, and this one said, I already tell you how I do stuff. But when you bring in what this one said, and that one said, and this one said, I'm only telling you what that. You starting to make me feel like what I'm doing is wrong. And what they doing means more than what I'm doing. I don't want to hear that shucks. If they feeding you stuff and I already know what's going on, I already know why certain things is happening. But you coming back at me like I'm wrong. She's my landlord. She's my landlord. What does this individual got to do with my housing program as a whole? If she did not know that I do women and children, why would you let me in the building? Only to say, I don't want children in there. And then you want to make me feel like, just like she said, she didn't even know I was in the building. I'm like, her? That's what she told the police. She didn't even know I was in the building. That's what she told the popo. But then she turned around and said, and give me my key. You didn't know he was in the building. Well, how did he get a key? Boo, 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 boo. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Listen to the person Now, I only have the least, whether it's verbal, mental, emotional, whatever, agreement. Anything else outside of that, it's none of my business. Don't bring it to me. And then I felt like me and this person argued. Come on, bro. When she said she didn't want no children in the building, she was trying to turn it into assisted living program, but she didn't know what to do. And I texted him back and said that you ain't telling me nothing I don't know. That's why she said she only want adults in the building, but she didn't know how to set things up. So I'm texting him back. My goal was to help her situate the building what she can do, or get it up to point, to code, where she can actually do the assisted living out of there. But what that was for me, it was buying me time to house the clients until I can eventually move them on, so she can come right on in and do what she wants. But because she's not certified, she's not licensed, I was trying to help her. Why are you putting your mouth in something you don't really understand? Know why? This is what people do when they go behind your back doing some cut ball bull jump. I keep saying it over and over and over and over. I'm just saying no. I keep saying it. I'm only temporary housing, and I provide without personal professional services. That's what I'm trying to get to. I bring on professionals so we can help do the necessary things to get your situation up to code. Because slowly but surely, I was moving my people out anyway. So that's why, if you don't know the whole story, shut up. Shut up. And when you go behind a person's back and see how I could better benefit you, you started showing me how you're not really with me. But y'all get mad at me when I talk about what's happening. I'm only sharing my experience. I'm only sharing, some of the things that I'm experiencing. And be honest with y'all, I'm not the only person. Because I know it's somebody else out there that's going through what I'm going through. You're only trying to better yourself, your business, your program, and all that. So I'm just looking at the obstacles that we tend to face in the process of growing. You get me? That's all. So that's why a lot of times when y'all see me come on, stop taking everything I say. And I got to put this on the charger, or just because this get ready to close off on me. Ouch. Ow. Ow. I'm out. I'm out. So I'm only saying this, y'all, because understand it's business with me and a lot of the people that I work with. So I don't want y'all to take it too personal, but I'm not by myself when it comes to business. So I have other people that's involved in what I do that I share, and some of us, well, the majority of the ones that I deal with, we are on one accord. So when you hear me talk about business partners, what we doing, we bringing stuff together to better the community. So when you come up against it, it tends to cause a lot of problems. I had to come over here and charge my thing up. So even though I've been on here for almost 4 hours, this video now on my, let me see, can I hook up? I got to put this on the stand. Now, what I love about TikTok, y'all, just listen, please. I can go in and make little skits, make little minute videos and send it over to Facebook. I can send it over to YouTube. I can send it over to all my other channels, platforms. And that's what I normally do. I'll send some to wait a minute, I'm trying to plug my thing in. I can send stuff over to YouTube, all of my channels except for, wait a minute. When I send a video over to YouTube, I'm sending it over in small fragments that people can look and just read. And I'm trying to charge it in, plug it in. So that's why on TikTok, that's one of the things I do like about TikTok, because I can go back in, and once I get better at doing it with my regular, let me see, because I don't want it to fall. Once I get better, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Once I get better at like what is it called? Yeah, I would have to end this one over here. But once I get better at editing stuff, that's what I'm trying to get to. Once I get better at editing, like on my Restream broadcast network, I really don't have to send it over to like Facebook. Not Facebook. I don't have to send it over to like YouTube and stuff like that, because I'm already recording on YouTube. So some of my clips, what I would turn around and do, I will send them to Vimeo just to spread, information out too. But the videos that I make clips of, I try to, just conversation, trying to make certain things educational. So they want you to do that. And they want you to do like 45 seconds or a minute, because a lot of people is not going to watch your whole video. A lot of them not. I already know that. And then you got, in some places they might. It all depends on what you talk about, what's going on. But keep in mind, I don't benefit from that. Whatever stream broadcasting, like TikTok, I'm gonna say YouTube might be doing it, but other places that we are broadcasting to, they will use your clips, or they will use certain things to profit off your stuff. And like I said, I didn't realize that until a person explained it to me what they do. Because sometimes they like for you to make long videos like this, because they can gain off of it. Now, once I find out how to profit back off of my own stuff, then that's what I'll do. But right now, just me talking and doing what I'm doing, I just enjoy the live streaming broadcast network. Because the way I look at it is like with Oprah Winfrey, with Donahue, or anybody that has a talk show, right? They start off somewhere, and as they begin to grow and become, what is it, circuit wise, broadcasting wise, that's how they grow their service and their network and stuff. I'm saying, where you have to start putting it in a more professional way, like a Oprah Winfrey, you know. And I keep using her as an example because I watched her come from the news station in Baltimore City to become the person that she is, to syndicated, right? And that's how a lot of them start out. So that's the goal with what I'm doing too, is to become syndicated. Rather a lot of people back me up or not, it's okay. It's okay. because the ones that appreciate what you're doing and support what you're doing, they will, follow you and encourage you and motivate you. Now, since y'all look at me, and I say it a lot in a negative way, that's why I said I was going to start carrying that title, the big mouth bald head black dude. And I know it's negative. I already know. And my thing is, if that's the way y'all look at me for everything that I do, and that's how y'all see me, then I'm gonna call myself the big mouth black head bald dude. The big mouth bald head black dude, because I know that's not really in a negative way who I am. But if that's how y'all see me, that's how you see me. But in my heart, that y'all can't see, I'm a loving, caring, kind, considerate person. My actions and the work that I do speaks volumes. My actions, and you so used to judging me according to my face. You so used to judging me according to my actions or what I say out my mouth. But you don't see me going around fighting on nobody. You don't see me going around robbing and stealing and taking from nobody. That's not what I'm about. And like I said, everything that I do to help build up in the community, it's like y'all don't see it. And I show it to you all the time. That's why sometimes I can't understand, right? Y'all don't see this. Y'all don't see that. And be honest, I can't worry about it because I'll lose my mind, my sanity, trying to figure out why y'all can't see what's happening. So I'm losing my mind, wondering why. So I had to stop. I'm like, I can't focus on how other people see me when I know that's not who I am. And I sit here and I tell you stuff like, I thought maybe me telling you I had 32 years clean will let you know I ain't the person I used to be. Make me think y'all want me to go back to being that person I used to be. I'm like, no, I got 32 years of recovery in that area of not being that line manipulating, no good son of a sea biscuit. But a lot of y'all believe deep down in your hearts and spirit, this is who he still is. He just don't know it. And got me in the mirror looking at my handsome self. Are you a lying, manipulating, no good guy? And then I gotta tell myself, hey, no, because my action proves. That's what makes me up about us. And it bothers me about us. Because my thing is, I can't understand how so many people get more pleasure out of negativity and chaos and confusion than embracing, kindness, gentleness, warmth, loving, caring. It is so easy for us to tear each other down. I don't get it. And be honest with you, I'm trying not to get it. I'm just trying to be okay with whatever that's happening. Because if that's the way you see stuff, hey, that's the way you see stuff. I just don't see stuff like that anymore. But I can't knock you. If that's all you see is negativity around the world, and that's what we do, or let me say in the city that you in, that's what we could see there. But the thing is, look at yourself. And I have to look at me and see maybe what can I do to help make a difference? And everything I do, y'all, when I look at what's happening in our city with our young men, with our children, and not just the children, but the grown-ups too. When I watch people out there fighting each other and beating up on each other and just doing what they doing, man, that really bothers me. Why? Why? Like when that girl ran down the street and shot pew 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 for TikTok, that other young lady, and a lot of y'all was alright with that. Well, just another day, another dollar. Loss of life. Dude, I got a 22-year-old son, a 24-year-old daughter. Do you know I don't worry about my kids? And anything can happen to them now. But I don't worry about my kids as much as I might do our inner city kids. Because I know my kids are living a far different life compared to what I see with our inner city kids. And the only thing, I'm just coming in for us to help provide a better service, helping to change the quality of individuals and family lives. So I am going to get ready to get off. So y'all make me think, a lot of y'all do, make me think you okay with watching us take each other down. I love y'all, and I am going to get ready to end this 2 a.m. so I can go to sleep and rest up. And I thank y'all. I thank y'all. I thank y'all. Seriously, I appreciate y'all. I do. I appreciate your criticism. I don't like it. I can't wrap my mind around it, but I can't understand when you really, really have somebody that's trying to help make a difference, why we don't come together. I'm not preaching, I'm not ministering in that sense. I'm not doing none of that. I'm in the streets to help make a difference. And sometimes I can't believe why we don't come together as much. Now, I hear a lot of stuff. Don't get it wrong. I hear a lot. But I'm looking at our hearts. I'm looking at our hearts. I'm looking at the love. I'm looking at the compassion. I'm looking at the empathy. I'm looking at us coming together to really help make a difference in other people's lives. And I don't want, or I don't need, like, a lot of support that I see the people that need our help the most in my life. That's why I'm able to go and get back. And for me, it's a lot of us like that, that had that inside of us. But I can't understand, in a sense, no more why we won't come together. And if I do get down to it, because I seen some stuff really that got me Friday, when this thing happened Friday, we'll be honest, being honest with y'all, I didn't think I was gonna walk out that building. I really didn't. I did not think Friday. And I felt it in my spirit something wasn't right. And I didn't want to go over to the building. But that's my housing program. And I did not think I was gonna walk out that building. Yep. Devin, you know what? I didn't even check up on it. I didn't check up on it because when I first did a new Be More City, right? It was under another name, but it was 343 when the Eye in the Sky was here. To reduce it, the whole goal was to reduce it, Devin, under 200 that year. But for them to reduce it from, I'm going to say, it's supposed to be under 300. So if it's 300, I'm going to say that's a good thing because it was still 343. The year I started doing it with with the new Be More City. And if you look on that page that I created, and matter of fact, y'all know I got information to show everything on Facebook. Show me your face. You better give me my goddamn page. Stop playing with me. Now, the page I created, Devin, was actually for it was like a grieving page for us to support each other. All right. All right. All right. I'm a read it, Devin. This group is encouraged and motivate each other in a more positive way, no matter how you may feel. We will welcome all pain, grief, and misunderstanding about life. Someone have been in the same space you are in now. This was started back in 2017. 2017 was really a rough year. We had 343 because of TikTok. I have to use unalive, right? But I'm actually saying murders, homicides. So that's 343 members in major pain. It's a lot of people that has lost a loved one and hasn't recovered from that pain, at least to a peaceful understanding in life. Please, family, hurt people hurt people. Let's try and embrace each other's pain. Gone, but not forgotten. Jessica was under live by a young man. They was getting high together, and he zapped out and he took her out. So I started dealing with Jessica and them family, her children, and all of that. Devin, wait a minute, Anthony Williams. A lot of y'all might not remember. This was a young man. He lived in the county, but this was a young man who came up missing, and he was found unalive on his pathway. I started talking with his family as well. Okay. Devin Farr, every Sunday. This is a young man that lived in Baltimore City, but was found unalive in the county. I don't know about no 201, but it might have. It might have. So many others gone, but not forgotten. Now, this is a private page, but I was trying to get it locally. You said last year. Oh. Well, if it's down under 200, that's great. That is beautiful, because that's what we was trying to do with the plane, was to get it under 200. So I see what you just wrote. Brandon is doing great. I'm not saying he not. Closer, let me see your face. Why would you call me Dr. K? Why is you calling me? You know I'm on my live. White, white, white. Show me your face. Dr. K, why you calling my phones? You know I'm on my live. They get ready to build something else. Minority owner townhomes project. Breaking ground. Uh I'm gonna look it up, Devin, because I haven't be honest, because I've been down for a while. I gotta look at Baltimore City. Because now keep in mind, it did say Baltimore recorded 201 homicides, representing a decrease of 23%. This also marked the second fewest homicide since 1980. Now, keep in mind, bro, I don't want to knock that. I don't want to knock that, right? At all. Because it's 201, and that's the gun violence. All right. That's by gun. Okay. But they're not mentioning the other ones that take place. That's just the pew pew. And I didn't understand that at first. But let me show you this again, Devin. I'm going to go back. Oh, Doug Griffith. I appreciate the birthday love. That was his kid's mother, Jessica, that I mentioned. Now, I'm going to do this for you. And I want a lot of y'all to understand this. I'm going to read these names again. Jessica in 2017, Baltimore City. Anthony Williams was in Baltimore County. Devin Farr lived in Baltimore City, but he was unalive. Let me make sure I say this right. I'm trying to see, was it in the city? It was a lot of people that lived in Baltimore City, but they was unalive. They was unalive in the counties, but they wasn't included, counted in the Baltimore City unalive rate. Even though they lived, don't misconfuse what I'm saying. We talking about reducing the gun violence. But they're not mentioning the ones that's been stabbed, choked, or beaten. The goal was to reduce the gun violence. Kiki's son lived in Baltimore City, but I believe Kiki was one where her son was unalive in the county, but he wasn't included in the ones that was unalive in the city. And I'm trying to think of this other young lady's name that I met. Her son was born and raised in Bmore City, but he was unalive in the county. So he was not included in the lives that was taken in the inner city. And that's only by the gun or the pew-pews for TikTok safety. Y'all didn't know that, did you? You ain't know that. Now, mind you, the group you mentioned, wait a minute, I want to make sure I talk about the right ones. The peace team, Baltimore's peace movement, is Erica Bradford. Erica, the Baltimore peace movement, the only thing they do, they talk about reducing certain things, but they come out and they pray over stuff. They come out with the candles and stuff like that. Peace move. That's why it's called that. Now, they might have changed. And I don't mean to talk bad about nobody, but they might have changed because I asked them, what type of programs do they have to help people in turning their lives around? At the time, the lady I talked to, she said none. So they do get paid for the services that they do. We, ours, us are out in the streets as well because of for TikTok safety, the pew pews. That's why they in the community, to help reduce a lot of this. But they have programs like training programs, workforce development programs to help people get more, and turning their lives around. I walks with the Baltimore Peace Movement when I can get out there. I mean, we are ours, us. So I'm very familiar with Muhammad and all the rest of them. I'm very, very familiar. It's just right now I can't get out. Like now I can, because I'm not on home monitor now. Now, I'm trying to think of the other ones that's been having problems. I'm trying to think of the other group that's been. We got Baltimore Peace Movement. We got We Ours Us, and we have Safe Streets. A lot of Safe Streets employees are returning citizens, are ex-offenders, and their goal is to go back into the community to help reduce a lot of this. Now, mind you, when I say I have 32 years clean, I don't live a certain lifestyle no more. I had to change my mindset. I had to learn to put in new information. A lot of the people that's in Safe Streets haven't changed their old ways of doing things. They haven't changed their mindset. So what they did, they hired a lot of people that was clean or came home. And if you notice, a lot of them start doing some of the same stuff that they used to do because they never changed this, or they wasn't taught how to change and not practice the same behaviors. So this was my goal, to reach out, and I was trying to reach out to let them know I have no problem coming in and helping the men to change their old ways of thinking, their mindset of doing things. Because if you haven't been taught how to do things properly, you will slip back into your old ways. That's why Safe Streets was beginning to have a lot of issues, because they wasn't taught how to get rid of that old ways of thinking. So this time what you do, when you come from that type of lifestyle, the goal is to do it, and that means hustle in a different way now, but not to get caught. Even if you got to put people in front of you to actually do your dirty work and you staying in the back. Because I thought about that when I first got clean. But I had to pray to get rid of that old ways of thinking and doing things. So I thank God to this day, and that's 32 years later, I never put nothing back on the streets. So basically, when you hear me say stuff like, people have to sign up for the mental health program, it's to help you change your old ways of thinking and living. Because if you don't change that mindset, you will go back to practicing certain behaviors. That's why I don't have a problem if they hired me to come in and work with them. Because I can only, it's like going to an NA meeting. And I can only share what I share. But keep in mind, people is not going to change overnight. So that's why we do a suggestion like you do a 90-90. Anybody that comes into my housing program, this is what I tell them. At least give me 90 to 60 days. When I tell you to give me 90 to 60 days, that's basically your 90-90. 30 and 30 is 60, right? I ain't going to go up to the 90 days, 90 days, but 90 and 90. You're talking about 30 days, 40, 50, 60. So I'm asking you to give me a 90-90. Well, 90, 3 months. 3 months. And then I'll say 6 months. And the only reason why I'm saying that, because I know your behaviors and your ways of thinking is not going to change overnight. It's a process. So that's why when I say certain things, I'll tell a person, give me 90 and 90. Because the same way you wasn't taught those destructive behaviors and stuff like that. So I already know that you got to hear the same things over and over. You got to hear the same things over and over. You got to hear new stuff. You got to be learning in the process new things. You got to do it over and over and over. You got to do it over and over. So the same way it took you a while or a certain way of learning a destructive way of doing stuff is to help you begin to implement some good quality things. And it doesn't change overnight. But you are the one that has to do the work. Now I'm going to share this with y'all that's on my restream. I said it's 5 of y'all. This is what I was taught. Sit on the front row. This is how they told us in NA when I first came around. Sit on the front row. Take the cotton out your ears and put them in your mouth. It's time to listen. You listen to learn, and you learn while you're listening. That's people's biggest problem. And basically what they were saying, shut your mouth. Soak up the information. You hear what I just said? This is how I sponsor men and women. I give you the suggestions. Go to a meeting. Sit on the front row. Take the cotton out your ears. Put them in your mouth. You starting to soak up new information. If you knew how or you knew what to do with your life, you wouldn't be asking for help. So anytime a person come in my life and say, Mr. Steve, can you help me? That's just like a person in NA coming to me and says, Steve, Mr. Steve, can you sponsor me? So what you are saying to me, which a lot of y'all forget and don't understand, they are giving me the most important thing in the world, their life. You get it? Even with my housing program, they saying, Mr. Steve, I don't know what to do no more. Can you please help me? So what they're doing, they are surrendering the most important thing in their life, and that's their lives, over to another human being. Because they saying, I don't know what to do. Help me. And that's what I had to do, because I had lost control over things. So I had to learn to shut up and have to learn to take suggestions. Because I thought the way I was living right. You could not tell me I was wrong. So I'm only giving back to people who was given to me. And whenever you ask Steve Copeland to help you, what you doing, you are surrendering your will and your life over to another human being to guide you. What do I look like? hurting and taking advantage of people when you surrendered the most precious thing you had. And the goal is to help you and guide you, to help gain you worth of life, to help you gain a life worth living. I don't play with that. Even though if people tell you I'm being this way and that way towards them, no. I sponsored a lot of men and women throughout my years, a lot of men and women. They don't even come back to NA no more because they started living a productive way of life. They got their lives back in order. So they don't come to NA no more. A lot of them I know. I use the same process, y'all, in helping my the people that comes into my housing program. I use the same process in helping them turn their lives around. I tell y'all too, I did foster care. I had my own children, so I'm only applying all this information that I've learned throughout the years. Dealing with CPS, dealing with foster care. I'm only giving it back. The big mouth, bald head, dude. I'm tired. I am tired. I'm really, 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 really tired. I'm tired. And I don't blame a lot of y'all. I do not blame a lot of y'all that it's easy for you to turn your back. I can't blame. I wish it was that easy for me. I do. I wish I could sit here and tell God I ain't doing nothing. I ain't helping nobody. The heck with your people. The heck that Jesus Christ came here and walked this earth with the 12 apostles. And y'all know it was more than that. It was just, they talk about the 12. Going back in the community, into that world of lost people, where y'all say things like, I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. But Jesus Christ came in to embrace the world, the people that's in the world. I'm like, do you realize what you're saying? It sounds good, don't it? But then when you look at Jesus, Jesus came to embrace the lost. The same way with the Israelites. He came to redeem them back to the Father. They can tell you that. He came to save them. And if you leave it up to them, there's nobody in this world but them that exists. So he came to redeem the Israelites back to the Father. I didn't understand it at first because I was looking at he came to redeem all of us. But when I read it again, he came to redeem because they kept messing up. They kept screwing up to correct their wrongs. Come on. I ain't understand it at first. But then it started out with the Israelites. But they kept turning their backs on them. They kept rebelling against them. And they are with that to this day. So Jesus Christ came to redeem them back to the Father. So I asked them, and I understand the Israelites, but when did it turn into everybody that believes in Christ? So I'm talking about basically with other religions and stuff like that. Because as far as I know, Jesus Christ gave his life so that I can have more. I can have life and I can have it more abundantly. That's what God told me. That's what grace told me. And grace told me also that I'm living in mercy. I'm living in a space or place in life where I don't rightfully deserve to be here. So when we talk about grace and mercy, let's straighten that out, brothers. Okay. Let's clear that up. Now you show me in scripture, and I already see where it went from the Israelites first, his chosen people, to suffer. You want me to go deeper? Because it's not all about y'all. Y'all not the only race of people here, ethnic wise. So I asked some of them too, the 12 tribes of Israel. Let's get it. Want to take it there? And how they branched out? What people came from this race? What people came from that race? But you want to bring it back down to one race. The 12 tribes of Israel. Where did the Chinese come from? I'm trying to think of other ethnics, right? Or race of people. Where did the Greek come from? Which one of the 12 tribes of Israel? Or, you understand what I'm going at when I say that? Because we're not the only people. Reason why I say or, because when I say Israel, I realized I was going further back. I was moving too fast upwards, I meant. And then on top of that, from what I understand, where did Noah come from? Because what I understand, God destroyed the world and created a new group that started out with Noah and his family, or his sons, right? So where did these other 12 branches come from? Or tribes? It started out with the new, after God destroyed the old, right? And then on top of that, I don't want to bust your bubble. And the guy was sharing it the other day too. God created Adam. Now, when you read in Genesis 1, chapter 1, then you get up near 24, 26. God said, let us create man in our own image, in our own likeness. He was talking about men and women. He created them. That means more than one. He created them, male and female. Now, did he really say Adam? Name. But we know if he created man from the dirt, Adam is the genetics that's part of the dirt. He came from the red clay. Well, the dirt he was created from supposed to have been red clay, dirt wise. Right? 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 But look at this. He created that same woman from the same dirt that he created Adam. Because he created them. Now check this out. Later in the second verse, or further down, did it not say he put Adam back to sleep? He put Adam to sleep. And this time it says he created them from created Eve from the rib. So Eve now, the second, Eve came from the rib of man. So that male, check it out, the male that he created, and he created Eve from the rib of the man. The man became a woman, because so the woman was actually created from the rib of a man. I think it's almost time for me to get off here. Can I go back again? The woman, when he said create them, male and female, they was created from the same dirt during that time. Because the woman became disobedient towards her husband, and she wanted to have more power and authority. She didn't want to be under him, as far as with the controlling part. She ran off. Now, even though, from what I understand, it's supposed to be a Jewish myth, or it's supposed to be a myth about Lilith, but there is a story about Lilith that's supposed to be the first wife of Adam. It's supposed to be a story. Now, if you look her name up, it will tell you about her. So now, once again, you can say to yourself that they lied, blah, 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 blah. But the story came from somewhere, though, to become a story, even though they call it a Jewish myth. Now, I'm talking about them, male and female, before I even get to the portion or the part where God put Adam back to sleep. He put him to sleep and created the woman from his rib. Now, mind y'all, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't. So I don't want no pastors, no Hebrew slaves, no Chinese people, or Bruce Lee guys or women. I don't want none of y'all to come chopping me down. I can only share with you from what I begin to see in the word. And I'm like, okay. Now, it doesn't mean that it's true. I can only share how God started letting me see certain things in another way. And that's why, for me, when I say I don't want to take away or add to scripture, you get me? I don't want to change nothing, because if this is what you believe in and this how you see stuff, that's fine, because that's the word. That's the word. And I'm not trying to take, steal, destroy, or nothing. I'm not. So I don't want to take away from Bible. It's just the way God started or enlightening me with certain things, you know. So I can only share from what I begin to see. And if it's completely wrong from what I'm saying out my mouth, I apologize, because it's not to defend or, offend or hurt nobody. Nope. I'm only sharing what I begin to see. Right? Because I'm going to tell you this too, that I never paid attention to at first. Now you got Adam and Eve. Then you got Cain and Abel. And then Seth come after Cain killed Abel. But then you got Adam and Eve. Then you got Cain and Abel. Right? Now, this the thing that got me. When Cain killed Abel, he was vanished from the land that his mother and father was on, right? And Cain, from me reading scripture, was afraid when God vanished him that he was going to become unalive. Somebody was going to hurt him. So I'm like, oh my God. Now we only read about Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel. But then, who are these people that he was talking about that might unalive him? Then not only this, we read about Cain, Abel. Who was this wife that he took with him? Wait a minute, he took a wife? So now I know who they were. But in the beginning, when I'm saying this, and everything was around Adam and Eve, but it was other people there too. And be honest, this is what made me asking God, because it was told to me to pray for sight beyond sight. Because I knew what I was reading in scripture, but I needed to pray for sight beyond sight to see the truth in what God was saying in his word. So I began to see something different from what I was reading. So some of the stories in the Old Testament, when they say it was God's word, and then when they say it was God, or say inspired, and let me show you, it was inspired, because what happened with the Old Testament, even though they prophesied about what's to come, they was considered as prophets, and trying to think of some of the other names, right? But they was considered as prophets, certain ones. So they prophesied about what's to come. But on top of that, they was inspired by the Holy Spirit to share their experience, strengths, and hopes. So basically what they was talking about was their stories. But they was inspired, but they we call it the God's word. But I realized it was the writers or the prophets that just talked about their stories. And they was inspired by the Spirit of God to share about how God used them, about how God motivated them, how God encouraged them. And guess what? The same way when y'all hear me say today, the Holy Spirit is what called me to go back out into the community. So I am inspired by the Holy Spirit. I am empowered by the Holy Spirit. I'm no different than them. And that's what I begin to realize. I'm human just like them. But what we have a tendency of doing, we make them to be this magical people, and not realizing that a lot of them suffered too for the stuff that they went through in life or the changes that came about in their lives. So a lot of the stories in the Bible is to inspire us, to motivate us, to empower us. But we can also look in the Bible and point out stuff that will condemn you, that will crucify you, that will nail you to the cross. We can do that too. And a lot of people do that. They have a tendency of saying, you're going to go to hell for this, you're going to go to hell for that. God already knew whatever we live, however we live. Let me put it like that. When you know you have been designed by the Creator, He already know what you're going to do way before you do it. The date, the time, and everything, because He created you. See, these are things that I had to learn. He created me, right? He inspired me to go back out. And please, I'm working my way up now. That was the first covenant that He made with them, where He inspired, where He empowered, where He uplifted. Now we're going to come into, that was the first covenant. And that's how God dealt with them during that time. In the older days, in the old days, which is a beautiful thing because you learn from it. Now we're going to talk about the new way that He do things. The morals, the values, the principles, the laws are still there. They are there. So this new walk of life that represents Christ in it is to help you correct your wrongs, to make right. He understands the laws that He created, we're going to corrupt them. He understands the laws of the lands that He created, we're going to fall short. He already know that. That's why Christ came along. So knowing that we will never, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever, 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 ever be perfect in this flesh. And it ain't all about your fleshly side. Check this out. We know the truth. We know God's word. We know. And what I'm saying, the difference between right and wrong. So when you know the truth and you know God's word and you turn around and do what's wrong, you disobeyed God. You disobeyed His word. You just became rebellious. That's what sin is. Disobeying God's word or disobeying the Father. You'll put it on everything else. That's just like your parents. When your parents tell you to do something and you do the opposite, you just sinned against your parents. You disobeyed them. So we know the truth is here of how you should live your life. But when you turn around and say, well, I'm going to do this and do it anyway, you will justify to make your wrong right. That's all Lucifer did. God told him not to do something. He did it anyway. He rebelled against the Father. So we made him out to be a monster. We made him out to be a creature. Then you got Adam. God told Adam, and I shared this the other night, don't do this, don't do that, about the apple situation, right? He disobeyed God. God told him don't eat the fruit. Even Eve picked the fruit. But God told him don't bite it. Well, Eve picked it. Keep in mind, he didn't pick it, but he bit it. So he disobeyed the Father, the Creator. And a lot of people like, well, he could have put Eve back and created another one, blah, blah, blah. We understand all that. but he told him what not to do, and he did it anyway. That's what sin is disobeying the Father, the Creator. Now, what I'm sharing with y'all, I did not understand a lot of this to this clarity when I was in my religious box. And thank you, Wainwright, for helping me to understand too. When he said, Steve, do you know what sin is? And I started, wait a minute, I started reading off the commandments, right? Like disobeying, you know. No, I don't want to say disobeying yet. I want to make sure I say it right. Oh, you know, I've been on here for a long time. Basically what I was saying is he kind of helped me to understand real simple that sin is just simply disobeying God. That's all I'm trying to get to. So over the years, y'all, and a lot of the stuff religiously that I was beginning to see early back then, that you know, being in that religious box, um, I didn't see a lot of stuff that I see now. I'm not in that box no more. The religious box. Even though I know a lot about scripture and I understand. But for me, when I look at the word of God, I'm looking at, because of the destructive lifestyle I used to live, I'm looking at the morals, the values, the principles. I'm looking at stuff in scripture to better my life, not to condemn or crucify myself with the word. That's not what I'm looking for. So when I read Bible, that's why I don't say nothing about going to hell and all that type of stuff, because we can do that to keep people enslaved, oppressed, depressed, and trapped. Your life has already been designed before you came here. God already know what you're gonna do before you do it. He already know what you're gonna do to better it and improve your life. All of that's been pre-designed. So I don't need a pastor to tell me anything about living my life, mainly when it comes to serving Christ. I don't need that. So if I'm listening to Bishop Jerome Stokes, I'm listening to him because he teaches a better quality of life. And he not only do that, he will do, he might have 5 things up there that he will actually speak on to better help you change the quality of your life. He don't preach. Keep in mind, it's a big difference. He's not a preacher. He's a teacher. We're not living according to a particular religion. He dropped the denomination. So we running more independent. So basically, it's just living a healthier, a more productive way and quality of life. That's why I don't listen and I don't let everybody preach to my spirit. So when I'm in the church and I'm listening to my bishop, what I have a tendency of doing, I'll go down like this. And the reason why I do that, because I'm listening as God speak through him to my spirit. So I have to defocus off the human being. So I'm listening to this. I got to defocus off the man. Because if I look, I'll focus on what he got on. I'll focus on the way he's moving. I'll focus on this. I'll focus on that. And I don't want to focus on the man. I want to hear as the Holy Spirit speak through him to me. And a lot of times, keep in mind, the message that day might not be for me because I'm there. It doesn't mean as God is speaking through him to other members in the church or to the church or whoever that's home on social media, whatever. Excuse me, family. You see how I go down? That's the part of listening to God's answer. Mainly if you prayed to him about something or you communicated to the Lord about something and it wasn't made clear or known to you at that time. But once you go and you there and you listening, he'll start teaching or he'll start ministering to your spirit. But it comes through the pastor. And I already know that a lot of times when I'm in the church, because that's the reason why I go there a lot now. It's not for the other people. It's not the fellowship. It's not for that. I'll go there if I'm feeling lost and confused. And every time I go, my pastor God will start speaking through him to me. And he will talk about basically everything I'm going through, what's happening with me. And basically, he's encouraging me and motivating me and empowering me to keep moving. It's a reason for what's happening. And it might not be clear to me like right now. But the moment I go, everything will be revealed. Everything that I'm struggling with right now. And God will speak through him to tell me. Sometimes when I come on here, rather it's my social, if it's my broadcast network or if it's TikTok, and y'all start posting stuff in there, y'all are feeding me back some of the things that God might be trying to tell me or trying to tell me. That's why I say I need y'all. Y'all might hear stuff from me speaking that I'm not really paying attention to, but I'm speaking. You get me? So y'all can come back with certain words to open up my heart, open up my mind, and I'll be like, uh-oh, I got it. I got it now. And if a lot of y'all don't understand how prayer and meditation work, you won't get it. But you only feeding me what the Holy Spirit is telling you. And never be afraid to feed my spirit. So what I am going to do, since it's 3, I'm going to go ahead and end this because I've been on my broadcast network for 5 hours now. And I just want people to stop when I come on my stuff. This is not just a regular social media page for me. When y'all tell me don't share this, don't share that, don't do that. Because this is a broadcast network. Why would you even come behind me and feel as though you need to tell me everything ain't for social media? This is not a regular social media page. This is a talk show. And it's called Keeping It Real. So why would you feel the need if you see it and it's talk about the couch talk show and it says keeping it real, why do you feel the need to come on my stuff? Oh, social media ain't for everybody. That's you. This is a broadcast live stream network. You might not be, because you didn't start something like this. Why you feel the need to come over here with that? Come on. If you don't want to hear what I got to say, keep in mind, don't come on here. It's not for you. It might be for the 5 people that I'm looking at right here, where I know it's a lot more. It might be for that one individual that's going through something. It might need to hear they're not the only one. But you are so selfish and self-centered of your own bull crap. When you go, I wouldn't do this. When you go, I wouldn't do that. When you say things like everything ain't for social media, you're not me. But if everything is not for social media, then don't comment on my stuff. Because you commenting on my stuff, saying that everything is not for social media, and it's showing me that once again, it's not you that comes on social media and share a lot of stuff that's not for social media. Did you miss what I said? It's you that comes on social media that shares that everything ain't for social media. But that's not how I look at it. Because it's not just for social media. It's for that lost individual that needs to hear something, to understand they're not by themselves. But that's you and your self-centered ways of not doing things. Do not put me in your category. That is some selfish and self-centered bullcrap from you. Why? And I sit here and I tell you, I sponsored, and when I say sponsored, because a lot of them I got 32 years, so they might have 30, 28, 29, stuff like that. They done came and got their lives together, and they done moved on years ago. That's the whole goal of sharing your experience, your strengths and hopes, to encourage and motivate others, to give them the right tools to move on with their lives. Why would you want to come in when you know somebody trying to encourage and motivate other people that is stuck in certain situations in life, and you want to come in and you want to hinder their growth? Because that's what you're doing, not even realizing it. You are hindering somebody else from getting something to help encourage and motivate their lives, because you don't have the courage and the confidence to do it. Because you helps me to understand how miserable you are inside, but you trying to play happy, joyous, and free. You're not. Because you don't have the freedom within your mind, within your heart, within your spirit to actually be. And yes, you are. I was getting ready to say not to be you. You are. And I'm telling you point blank. And I'm telling you from my personal experience. And I'm telling you from a man of God. And I'm telling you from a man that's been called back out into the community to embrace and help his people. And if you read Bible, and if you read scripture, then if you read materials that was written back in the days during Egyptian time, and I'm trying to think of the another name for scripture, for the word of God, for uh I'm trying to think of that other word that they wrote on. Um you got the word, you got the Bible, you got scriptures. I'm looking at the materials that they wrote on. The materials that they wrote on, right? I'm trying to get that name out. That's all I'm trying to do. But keep in mind, if you, and I'm telling you, everything I was called to do, if you find it in your heart, in your mind, and in your soul to contradict what I'm saying and what I'm doing to improve other people's lives, you better check yourself. You better check yourself. You better check yourself. Because when you come up against me, and I know who I am for what I do, you're coming up against God. So you better check yourself. Anytime you want to go in and dig up my stuff, and I'm only saying for whatever troubles I might be going through that I didn't create, and you want to find a reason to make it right, that's not God. That's not God. And if you tell me you're a man of God and you contradicting, and I'm just saying my job, I can't contradict what you do, because however God created you, and if God created you to discourage his people, to keep his people down, and I don't believe God did that, because I don't believe that. But if you feel like, and I'm just saying, that you got to come on follow me and point out my faults, and I'm sharing them with you to correct it, to how into correcting this bull jump. But you feel like you need to take my trash that other people created, and I want you to take a look at that. Whoever that tends to come up against that, that's not of God. That's not of God. I'm letting y'all into my private life, telling you what's happening with me with stuff that I did not do as far as to get myself in trouble. And when you come up against it, and I know what's happening in my life with people going against me, that is not of God. You can convince yourself, you can lie to yourself. That has nothing to do with the Holy Spirit and the work. That has nothing. Because no way in the world, if I know you have a great heart, you have a great soul, you have a great spirit, I'm going to contradict what you do. I'm not going to do it. Even when you make certain mistakes, it's not my goal to throw it back in your face. I don't have that right. Even if I'm saying if you personally did this, even with P. Diddy, let me share you this. Whatever that man's life is, that's his life. That's something he have to deal with. R. Kelly. As long as I'm not doing it in my life, whatever they do with their life is their business. At times I be like, ooh, I thank God that ain't me. I thank God I ain't do this. I thank God I don't do that. And I'm only saying this. I'm 63. I'm not 53. I'm not 43. A lot of the stuff I did as a child or a young man, I am mature now. What the freak I look like at 63 years old, doing stuff at 63, retired, wanting to do stuff in life to send my butt to jail. That's backwards as hell. 63. Told y'all my goal was be the biggest hustler in Baltimore City by the time I turned 26. It didn't work. So now I want to wait till I turned 61 years old to do stuff, to go over to this damn prison. When I got a 22-year-old son now, 24-year-old daughter, I got grandbabies, but I want to do stuff to be away from my family so I can't enjoy them with the rest of their lives. Y'all are some dumb people to think some stuff like that. I'm going to wait till I get 63 years old. Never spent life or been in prison for the corruption or the stuff that I used to do back in the days. And I'm going to wait till I turn 63 or 61 and start doing some dumb stuff. And retired from trucking at 58. The reason why I'm saying that, because I retired from an old lifestyle and I retired from trucking. So I'm going to wait till I go through all of this and then decide, now I'm 61. I want to go start some crazy stuff. I want to rob and steal at 61. Retired at 58. And steal and take from people. I'm only saying this to be sarcastic, yo. Because I want certain people to know, when you call yourself following me, bro, and trying to make me look bad, because I see you right there. I see you right there. My thing is, I just can't understand why you feel like that, bro. I'm talking to somebody on TikTok, yo. I cannot understand. And you want to come in and talk about my life history. Do you realize this guy I respect to the utmost? And I was sharing with this guy about how back in 1968, when Martin Luther King was unalive, and I was playing outside, I was 6 years old. And what is they called? The National Guards came down the street in a big truck and said, young man, you got to get off the street. Now, mind you, I'm 6 years old, so I never understood what happened until 40 years later. When they said, where was you at 40 years ago when Martin Luther King was unalive? It took me right back to that day. 40 years later, I'm 46. And it took me back to where I was at that day when I was told to get off the street. Now, let me share this with y'all, right? You'll never catch it, bro, because you'll turn around and say something negative. I was 6. 40 years, I remember what happened later. Some years ago, I went back and stood in that spot when I was a child. And that truck came down the street. I'm a grown man. God took me back to that spot, and I stood in that spot. And I'm trying to think, during this time, I was probably about 60. And I stood in that spot that Martin Luther King, when that guy told me to get off the street, in that truck. And you know what that showed me? Remember when I said earlier that God said you're walking in the footsteps of two great men? And Martin Luther King was the first one. And when I tell y'all I'm a civil rights advocate, and I haven't shared this, and God knows, but look, I stood back in the spot that I was in when I was 6 years old. And God helped me to understand why you walk in the walk you walk, Steve. And I know that don't matter to nobody, but it matters a lot to me. He showed me, y'all, I'm walking in the footsteps of two great men, Martin Luther King and Jesus Christ. You ain't hear me say my father. My mother taught me very well. I don't even know if my father living or not. I'm 63 years old. A lot of people will never understand. And you don't have to, as long as I understand. I had to share that with y'all, right? Because I did not know why. I know in my heart, my mind, and my spirit, I'm doing some great things, right? But for God to take me back on White Lot and Linden Avenue, where I grew up at, John Eagle Howard, I stood back in that spot, y'all. Because you know how you walk and it hit you. This was the same spot. When that National Guard truck thing came down the street and told me I had to go in the house. I didn't even understand why. I stood in the same spot. And I'm saying this because I did not understand my journey. I don't understand in a way, except for y'all telling me I'm the big mouth, bald head black dude. Right? Until y'all told me. Until you told me. And then I found out in this process for some people that don't understand. Do y'all know how they feel? Because of the stuff that I do. And I fight against our politicians and everything. When Lady J told me, Lady J said, you know, from the way people look at me and my behaviors and all that, right, towards what I do, it's just y'all take it in a negative way. Lady J was the one that told me. She said, do you know you is considered as the most hated man in Baltimore City? I was like, what? And I don't want to really bring a lot of it up, but this was during the time when I went to Middle River as a community activist, right, to help the Black people deal with the racism that they was going through with these white business people in Middle River. Rather than my brothers and sisters talking with me during that time, when I first came down there, I went through the crowd and went in Vince's Crab House because I wanted to know what the freak was really going on. Devin. And when I went in and I heard people say certain things, I realized that the Myers wasn't racist. They were set up to be considered as racist. The people that I walked with through the city, through things, and I helped somebody in their mayor campaign as well. I didn't know a lot of them was going around to these seafood restaurants, setting them up as racist. That's why before you open up your mouth, bro, get a better understanding of stuff. So I realized at that time, It was a lot of people from Baltimore City going to Middle River. And it's a group of them that was going around at the time, setting up white seafood restaurants as being racist. The Myers was one. I'm trying to think of a couple of more of them that was included in this. You didn't know that, Devin. People was getting paid during that time from Black Lives Matters to set up a lot of stuff. And it was at one point I thought they was going to burn Middle River down. So before you run off at your mouth and talk about me, bro, please get a better understanding. Kim Klacik lived right across the street from that. Her husband and her family. That's how I began to know Kim Klacik on a better level. Because we was trying to figure out what was going on. Now, I'm not going to go too deep in that. I met Sergeant Connors, and I explained to him who I was and what I do as a community activist, as a human rights advocate. But the goal was to get with the people and help the people, and I'm talking about our Black people, to deal with the racism that was coming up against them down there. So, in that process, right, a lot of the people that I walked with too turned against me. But I was only trying to seek the truth. I ain't coming for you, bro. You being fake right now. That's the point. You being fake. Because you coming on here and you trying to say some good stuff. So it ain't me coming for you. It's me speaking the truth. Because you was part of the group too. Let's be real. That's why you came back and said something. Because I can tell you people that got money for coming out there doing what they doing, what they did. And you was part of the naysayers. Not only that, I had some people from Forestville that was calling me, telling me that the same stuff they doing down Middle River, they was practicing up there. And you was a major part of it, bro. Don't act dumb now. But anyway, that's where that came from, where Dr. J, because the goal was to work with the Black community so they can better, deal with where they was living at and everything. As far as, and I'm gonna say this, how can I put it? The racism thing, right? But anyway, I started giving people my number because I said, if you want to call and understand what's really going on, I could tell you. So some people from Middle River called me. And once they got a better understanding of why I came down as a human rights advocate or community activist, they understood better. They also knew the people that was setting them up to be considered as racist because they was trying to start a seafood thing too. And they got with the son and the daughter because they wanted the father to act like he was running their stuff so that they can get the clientele, and they would not tell their father. I didn't know that at the time, the Myers had about 6 seafood restaurants. And because of them servicing the community the way they do, it was people coming from all over buying there's, I mean, doing their services, right? So anyway, just to throw that away, bam. That's why I was considered as the most hated man down there. I mean, in Baltimore City. But the police department knew what was going on. They knew why I was coming down there. And every time I would come in my white box truck. I would walk through the crowd, right? Everybody down there calling me all kinds of names. And I would walk up into the big house because I was fucking with them. I was fucking with them because they was down in the fields. And I was going up to the white man house. I was picking with them. But when I came back out, I would go back down. And if you actually wanted to know what I learned, I would have told you. But they started calling me names. So by them calling me names, I was like, fuck y'all, fuck y'all, fuck y'all. So I would get in my truck and I would drive off because I knew the truth. I knew what was what. But that's what happens when you don't seek the truth. But that's what happened too when I found out that a lot of people through through um through what's that, Black Lives Matters, was getting paid to put on this bull jump. Somebody got mad, right? It was a couple of them because this pastor got a lot of money for doing what he was doing. And they didn't split the money up with them. So they started talking. That's how I knew what was what. Because people was getting paid from Black Lives Matter to start a lot of stuff. And that's when I began to understand the bull crap with Black Lives Matter. So a lot of people start coming for me because they was being manipulated and lied to. They didn't know. And then the ones that really started seeing what was happening started speaking out against the ones that came down and starting the chaos and the confusion. And I was trying to share with somebody, whenever you do a rally or you're protesting, you go in, you get your point across, and you leave. You do not stay there 200 and something days. Didn't even know. That was the first time in Baltimore history that somebody did a protest in an area for that long. No. As a protester, as a person that does rallies, you go in, and you mention, or you go in to do a rally or protest. You go in to make your point, and then you go. Guess what? See what I'm saying, Devin? I never say nothing about the person's name. I never once said it. And you think I'm going to feed into it now because that gives you that negative narrative. You look. I ain't even gonna do it, bro. I ain't even gonna do it. Cause I knew once I mentioned you, you was gonna go there. You did not call me and tell me nothing, so shut up. You ain't tell me nothing. Stop lying to yourself, turkey. Turkey. Cause some of the places that they was setting up was like what was it, Joe Crab House? Um it was a lot of seafood restaurants. And one of the restaurants here, not one, but several, and I'm trying to get their names back because it was a long time ago. It was one of the Patarakis grandsons. And he had two seafood. They got a lot of restaurants. The Patarakis grandsons, H&S Bakery grandsons. They got a lot of restaurants. But I'm trying to think of the two restaurants that they was talking about. They were seafood restaurants. Oh my, Uzo Bay. Uzo Bay was one, and this is the classic restaurant. These are like 5-star restaurants. The seafood restaurants that they was going after was like 5-star restaurants. That was the reason why I asked, how did they get included into this? Now, it was a little kid that went to a restaurant, a seafood restaurant, that they was talking about suing because some people was supposed that went after this melanated kid about the outfit he had on. I realized they set that up. So Uzo Bay was one, and I'm trying to think of the other restaurant that Uzo Bay, that the Patarakis son, grandson. Ooh, Uzo Bay, and what is the other one? And guess what? The owner of Fox 45 News, I believe either he's John Padarakis' son. It's the Smith family. It's the Smith family. The um John Padarakis' son. It's either son-in-law. And he is the owner of Fox 45 News. So I worked for H&R Bakery, but I worked for Mid-Atlantic Bakery. I drove tractor trailers for them. So I got involved with the sons in them. And I would go to certain cities when they would open up terminals for the bread and all that type of stuff in other cities. I would go and take the stuff there for them to set up. So that's how I got to know the Padarakis sons, like Chuck Padarakis and all of them. Plus, I read up on the Padarakis on how John Padarakis and them started H&S Bakery. Started out. I'm sharing some deep stuff with y'all. You gotta be involved. Ed Hale. of the Baltimore Blast. Watch it, Devin. Ed Hale of the Baltimore Blast. Owner of Ed Hale's Trucking. First American Bank. First Arena. Now, mind you, check this out. Ed Hale, Kevin Healy was the president of the Baltimore Blast soccer team. Mike Conway was the co-manager of the Baltimore Blast soccer team. Ed Hale, not Ed Hale, let me watch that, back it up. Kevin Healy was the one that sent Mike Conway, part of Ed Hill. Kevin Healy. I want to make sure I don't do Ed Hale, Kevin Healy. They was the one that sent come on now. I hate when my mind go flourish on me like this. Some years ago, Little Steve was invited to Amsterdam to represent Baltimore City and the United States for soccer. During that time, Mayor Pugh was going through her stuff with the books. So Kevin Healy and I was going to let Adidas, I was trying to get to Adidas. Kevin Healy and I was going to reach out to Mayor Pugh to let Mayor Pugh know that my son was invited from Adidas to represent Baltimore City in the United States over in Amsterdam. But because of some of the stuff she was going through here, I didn't want to make my son's reputation look bad. You got so much negative stuff to say, bro. That's why I be picking with you with stuff. Because I know you like to go into a bunch of negative bull. So, and I'm sharing this with y'all right here, right? And I'm still on my TikTok. Because there's so many people, like I said, that likes to come in and they want to talk a bunch of negative stuff when you doing what you can to help build up in your city. I just want y'all to see how so much obstacles can come up against you from your own people. And they so proud of it, man. They so proud of tearing each other down. But what that helps me to see, that's part of that slave man mentality. And we don't even realize it. But see, the good part with me, no matter how a person try to cut me down and tear me down, like I said, my actions speak louder than any words I could say out my mouth, but I like to use my mouth anyway. Now, let me show you this. Let me show y'all this. Look at that right there. This is us. My son, 15 years old. He goes to Mount Carmel. He was invited. 15 years old. He's 22 now. He was invited to Amsterdam to play soccer in representing Baltimore City. And because he went, that was Adidas' way of paying for their uniforms. 15 years old, 5'9", position, center back. Bro, this my son at God dang, you know I'm old. At Mount Carmel, posing because he's representing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. My son at a very early young age plays soccer on the collegiate level. And this, look, he still play today. Why are you doing this? Come on. He still play today. My son helped Mount Carmel, right, for 17 years. Every time they played the championship game, they lost for about 17 years. My son was 14 years old when he helped them win, when he helped them break that loser streak. At that time, my son wasn't supposed to play because he was too young. Because he was playing with, like, what is they called? He was too young to play, but what was they called? The varsity team, if I'm not mistaken. But when he played, he helped them win. There at 14, he helped them win their championship for losing for 17 years. And know what? Kim Klasick husband, I did not know till I found out later. Help Mount Carmel. Matter of fact, Kim Klasick husband brought their championship rings. And the second year they played, they won again. Because I'm looking at this big dookie ring my son got, right? And then I'm watching this watch on his arm. I said, where you get that watch from? He said, I won this in our second championship in a row. But let me tell y'all who Kim Klasick husband is. And I know she don't mind, because a lot of people know, her stepsons and my son hang out together. Kim Klasick's son, Kim Klasick ex-husband, owns Gentleman 10. And if you from Baltimore City, you know Gentleman 10, the play club, right? And he's a tax guy too. He brought them, and I told him when I finally met him, because my wife knows him from them being at the soccer games and everything, right? So I finally had a chance to meet him during their graduation. And I was picking with him, and I told him, I said, thank you for, buying my son and them their ring. I'm laughing, y'all, because he told me, he said, yeah, don't tell nobody. Because that's how private he is. And I appreciate it, because now I knew Kim Klasick because of the politics side. But my wife knew, like, her husband, because he would be the one that shows up at their games. I would show up long as I knew ahead of time what was going on, or if my son and us had to travel, I was the one that took him to other cities to play, because he was on a traveling team. So we traveled a lot. If we had to catch a plane or something, my wife was scared to do the plane. So I would take Steve to certain areas. Now my wife and my son, I mean my wife and my ex-wife, I'm sorry, and Steve and them would travel like to Florida. They would drive to Florida. Her and her friend now, which is my oldest daughter's stepfather, my oldest daughter father, they back together, but they would drive like to Florida and stuff like that when Steve had to go to other cities to play. So they went more like as a family thing. It was like a family trip. I'm trying to see, do I got something to do tomorrow? Because I probably sleep for a while. See, I be trying to tell people, whenever you like doing stuff or you doing stuff to embrace the community, and you see me come on, just come and talk about the great things you doing in the areas you are in, because a lot of people need to hear that. They need to hear it. And it might not make sense to a person if you real personal and quiet and stuff like that. It might not make sense to you to spread the blessings or the good news. But the point is, um, you want to help encourage and motivate others with the things that you are doing. Now, look, see, I know a lot of y'all don't know. Some of y'all that's on here from Baltimore City know. This is my son and Kimberly Klasick, two stepsons. And they graduating from school together. And I wasn't showing this at first until she said it was okay. Because some people that's in the spotlight, and she always show her daughter. This my son, and their father was right there too during their graduation. And I don't like to tell a lot of people because I don't want y'all to think that my children are better than anybody. But my children wasn't raised up around a lot of other black children because of the way we was able to provide for them, and they went to private school and everything. So now, mind you, my son graduating from high school. I mean, from Mount Carmel, and that's his girlfriend, and they still together. This is my son graduating from Mount Carmel, and this is girlfriend. I was showing this on the other page. That's why I'm repeating it again. And she's in college. She's in Stevenson College to be a nurse. He just turned 22, so she's about 21 now. That's why I be trying to tell y'all on TikTok. I don't get into your black white conversation. This my son, me, and his mother. even though we aren't together anymore, we support our children no matter what. She beautiful too. I'm telling you, she's a beautiful chocolate black man. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. And I tell my son and my kids, no matter what, y'all, even though things didn't work with their mother and I, it was just their mother and I. Because I don't want my children to ever feel like they was the cause of anything like that or whatever. Now, let me show y'all this. You see this? See this? All of them kids are grown now. And little Steve, these are kids that he grew up with, that he still hang out with. Look, this little Steve and the kids he grew up with, he's the only black kid. Little Steve, the only black kid on the soccer team. And he was younger than this. He was younger than this for the longest time. So what in the heck, knowing that my son grew up, this is who he hang out with. What in the heck do I look like on TikTok getting in y'all most hated conversation? White man this and the white man that. That's why I be laughing at a lot of y'all and I call y'all hypocrites. Because a lot of y'all deal with white people too. And then you're going to turn around and get on these platforms and try to dish the white man. And I'm not saying it in a negative way. It's just keep in mind, we all have to learn to get along together. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If you don't really care for a certain group and a certain race of people, don't be bothered with them. And look at this right here. These are my nieces and nephews. These are my nieces and nephews. I'm laughing, right? Because I'm just looking at myself. Why would I get into crazy conversations like that? To dish, you know. I'm just laughing, y'all. Now, check this out. Check this out. Because y'all trip me out how y'all want to separate everything. Now, my son in college, he's playing soccer. Look at the multi-racial or ethnic of people that he deal with. Look at this. So what do I look like? You see the Japanese? What is that? Look at the ethnic of people he plays soccer with, that he deal with. So what in the world do I look like hating on other races? Look at that. But that guy look like Japanese. I gotta do this for TikTok. Because y'all are so famous over there. Yeah, it's worth it. Y'all are so famous for that. This is my youngest. No, I got a little nephew too. This is my nephew. This one right here, that's the one with most of the biracial children. He got 3 by 1, Then he had this one by another, where she's a little bit older now. And she came right to her uncle. She just embraced her uncle. That's why I be tripping out on a lot of y'all. I be tripping out on a lot of y'all with y'all. Mm, 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 mm. I'm just looking at a lot of our bull crap. Mm, 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 mm. I can't show this to y'all because a lot of y'all don't know who these people is, but the one that's on my stream thing channel, y'all know who that is. That's Merlin Mosby. I wonder if she's still on her box. She is on home monitor. I was on home monitor, and Donald Trump with 34 felonies. He ain't on home monitor. I need to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep because I'm acting goofy. Guess what? I can show y'all this, right? Who's that? That's Mad Pew. That's Mad Pew. That's Mad Pew, right? They arrested her. She got charged with playing with her own books. I'm gonna tell y'all, people who hearts and minds are really for helping the community, they always find something to jack you up for. Look at it. I'd be like, when I see her, I'd be like, what's up, beautiful? And everybody, I'm telling you, everybody that I'm telling y'all about, when they fight actually for what's best for the people, they they will find a way to make them look bad. I'm going through the same things. Because when you represent, when you actually represent the people, they will find stuff to make you look bad. I'm telling you. And y'all fall for it every time. I'm telling you, if you think I'm lying, look at what's happening with Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is a politician. Was she a senator? She speak against what's wrong. So she's speaking out. A lot of times she might can't be too direct, but she's speaking out the corruption that goes on in politics. So I couldn't understand why a lot of people start coming up against her. But when I realized, and I shared that with y'all earlier, she's also a community activist. And basically, what she's saying too, as a community activist, she's not a sellout. And they trying to do everything they can to discredit this woman. Even though, like, I think her father, somebody like that's supposed to be a pastor. Then, she got her college degree. She understand political science. I think she used to be a lawyer. All this type of stuff, right? That's leading up to where she's at. So she got the experience and whatever she's speaking on. but y'all will turn around and lay people like us down. And we only fighting for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. When I realized and I seen the part of her not just being an elected official, being a community activist, and y'all never catch it. Y'all never catch it. I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. I fight against the politicians that tends to hurt the people. And that's what she do. And y'all dumb mother suckers miss it every time. And I'm only saying this to be smart because I don't like when y'all do people like us like that. Now listen to the difference from what I said. She's a politician. She has a degree in political science. Do Elon Musk have one? Do Donald Trump have one? Donald Trump told y'all, this how he's screwing y'all. He said, I am a businessman that happens to run for president. I even asked somebody, how was he able to do that without a political science degree? Oh, y'all, it doesn't matter to y'all do it. He the best thing that ever came along. He's more powerful than Jesus Christ. You leave it up to some of y'all. And that's what I have to hold on to. Because number one, he said out his mouth, I am not a politician. I am a businessman that happens to run for president. Y'all giving him a title that he don't really hold. And then on top of that, he's going to break the laws anyway, your constitutional rights, because he don't understand anything about political science. And I understand he's in position, don't get it wrong. But look what y'all put in position. You put a businessman that paid just as much tax money for his employees. Did y'all forget? So the whole goal is to eliminate some of these programs out there so they won't have to pay as much tax money as you. They are billionaires. They are millionaires. That's cutting out government programs. Do y'all realize if your taxes it's not being stopped, where's your money going? Oh, you didn't realize that? Because your money paid for these state and government funding programs. So where's your money going? Now, Elon Musk found all this money that was hidden, right? Found all this crooked stuff. Is that money going back into the community? Is it being guided the proper way now? Y'all don't ask those questions, do you? But you know a lot about politics. Where's the money? Why is they cutting out state and government funding programs when he collected all of this money? Woo, 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 woo. Where's the money going? Is it going back into the treasury fund to be put out? Woo, woo. Elon Musk doing a great job. Where's the money? You see how they punking us? Do y'all see how they playing us? Do y'all see how they sucking us? That's the thing that makes me mad. Because I'm saying to myself, y'all don't see this? The hell Elon Musk got to do with walking around on as far as the White House the way he's doing? And his son told Trump, you ain't president. I bet you any of my money, a lot of y'all thought that was cute. You heard what he told Trump. He heard his daddy say it. Pew! That's why I love picking with y'all. Pew! Because in my heart, they making us look dumb, stupid, all that stuff. Pew! Flying right over your head. And y'all licking his butt, balls, all of that. That's what bothers me. When you got people that's playing with our intelligence. When you got people treating us, even though you smart, you bright, you intelligent, where is the money that Elon supposed to discovered? Why is the money not being put back into circulation? And please tell me it is, because I'm gonna tell you this was why is so many why is so many state funding programs or government programs down the line are being cut out? Please tell me. Please tell me why that money ain't circulating back. Well, as long as he don't affect my money. It's not your money being affected. It's the programs that need that money. Nonprofits, charities. And I can't say charities because charities collect some millions, right? But the lower ones, where's the money? Did y'all ask that? Where the money, Elon? Come on, I'm gonna put on a nice looking jumpsuit so me and you can talk. Where's the money that you supposed to collect it? That you supposed to discovered? Where is the money that you say that people spent already? I'm trying to think of those other words that y'all use. That y'all supposed to have recovered money that people already spent. I'm like, huh? I'm like, wait a minute. You found money and collected the money that people already spent. Do y'all pay attention to some of the stuff they put out? It sounds good. And you know why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking? Because it really hurts me how I'm going to say our politicians, right? Or it really hurts me as I see people in power, in authority, and they play us. And they make us look like fools. And that's all Jasmine Crockett is trying to tell everybody. That's what this big mouth bald head dude is trying to tell y'all. And I'm talking about from a higher level as it trickles down. I can't understand to this day, and I guarantee you a lot of y'all can justify it, play with it and all of that. How was Trump able to halt that money that's in the Treasury system? That Treasury Department, he ain't supposed to touch that money. That's that money that goes back down towards whatever government funding, whatever state funding needs to be done, work-wise, financially. They halt that money with a lot of the programs that depend on that money to pay for servicing people. Most of the people that need that money. I mean, the businesses. I don't want to confuse y'all. Because I don't get government funding for what I do. Okay, state or government. That's why people had to pay their way in my housing program, because I don't get it. Yes, I will apply for it when that time comes. But look how so many businesses out there that does services in the community, and they use that funding from these programs to pay for their assistance. And y'all are so happy that people can't afford it straight out. They want to demolish some of these programs, and y'all are so happy. So if you got a woman with five children that's basically trying to work to earn extra money to pay for the little money that she get to maintain her household with her kids, do y'all realize it makes it more harder for her to struggle now? And the reason why y'all don't, because it's not you with five kids hadn't depend on state and federal funding to help you. I'm saying a woman, not a husband and wife. I'm saying a woman with five children. So do y'all know how many phone calls I get saying, can you please help me and my children? And I'm going to share this with y'all. And I truly understand. Please don't get it wrong. Because it's not you. And you're taking care of your responsibilities because you can afford to take care of you and your family, stuff like that, right? But the hell with the ones that need that support the most. And the reason why I said the hell with the ones that need that support the most, because you got yours and they got theirs to get. Because you're part of I have it and you have not club. And it doesn't take you to be a millionaire or billionaire. That's all you got to do is be more conservative. I have mine and you have yours to get. I work for mine and you need to work for yours. And that is so true. But what are we doing to help those that need those services the most? You turn your back. And then you start looking at people like me with programs to help provide. Then you get mad because the goal is to help them to be able to stand on their own and not depend on state and government funding. So what type of work can they do? Well, most jobs that you get that you're getting paid well over $20 normally have offer medical assistance through the job, 401k through the job, retirement through the job, and some of those other blessings that the job can offer you. And you only pay a certain amount for these. Some of them come free with the job, with the career skilled minded job. That's the difference between McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, stuff like that. So you have to get a professional career minded type job where all of the things that you rely on the state and government to give you to help you out, you can actually get it through your career, your well-rounded career, professional type job skills. So if they're not at that level, that's where your workforce development programs come in at. That's where your apprenticeship programs come in at. That's where your job skills programs come in at. So who is providing those services for them to be taught how to move forward in life? Strengthen the community. The Latanya D. Copeland House of Hope. So let me share this with y'all, right? Anytime somebody come or reach out to me, that's a professional or a master contractor or a licensed contractor, right? Something like that. and they said they want to join, strengthen the community. Watch my wording, y'all. Watch my wording. They want to volunteer their services. They want to volunteer their services. So what they're saying is, I am willing to step in and help train them and teach them for free. That's when I know your heart is for the people. Don't get it confused. So you know what I'm gonna tell you? Because when you are willing to come in and train and teach people without getting paid first, or rather you get paid or not, I know your heart and your mind is for the people. And you want to be able to teach them and help them without a cause. I'll say, come on. Did that fly over your head too? I got a tutor that wants to come in. He wants to tutor. He can like, well, I want to move away from the GED to the high school diploma, because he teaches all that. He can certify you, get you your stuff. Not only that, he want to works with the elderly crew and everything. He's volunteering his services. And if we can get government funding for each client, or state funding for each client that he teach, that's a blessing, because now he'll start getting paid. Or check this out, as long as he volunteering his services, and if he come up with a price, now I don't know, $400 or nothing like that, no, but make it reasonable and affordable for the clients, yes. Not just the clients starting in the house, the housing program, but say like the community, because they can't afford to pay $400 or $500 for the services. So we're provided, if they got to come out their pocket, we'll make it affordable for them, right? Now he's already willing to volunteer his services. So some people, or most of them, will be able to be certified and with their high school diploma and stuff like that for basically nothing. You get me? Now, cosmetology. In this building is an area for a cosmetologist to come in. And if she says she want to volunteer, or he or she want to volunteer their services. Now, mind you, volunteering to come in and teach and train and stuff. The barber to come in to teach and train and cut hair in the process for free. So my thing is, rather than you doing it for free, I mean, I know you're gonna do it for free, but we'll charge $10 per client. Now you know why I said $10 per client? Because then I'll pay the $10 myself for your services. He's doing it for free, but you just want to put a little something in his pocket. You get me? The same with the cosmetologists. If they coming in and they just providing it for free on a volunteering basis, from time to time, I want to throw a little stifling there. You get me? So when we get the chef in, and he starting to teach culinary class. So I got certain people that say, hey, I'm willing to come in and teach and license them for free. Come on. You think I'm going to tell him no? Even if he just come in once a week to volunteer his services, or her, for culinary classes. You think I'm going to say no? Because they said volunteer. So I'm willing to do it without you paying me. Coming in with my professional services. Jeff. Me and Jeff talk. Jeff said, I want to come to Baltimore and, you know, teach them like landscaping and stuff. I'm going to volunteer my services to help them or teach them how to better take care of their properties. These are the type of people that I deal with, y'all. So in saying that, it's not all about me because I only provide the temporary housing part. And then we providing wraparound professional service. The PRP, I need a PRP to come out, talk with the women and men. If you got some that don't know how to be responsible and manage their money and stuff like that, I want her to teach them. If you got some that don't know how to make market and say use I'm trying to think of the god dang it, um what is it when you buy food cheap and you might can get two for $3 or two coupons, the importance of coupons and stuff like that. See, people need to be taught and trained. This is what the housing program is about with the wraparound portion of everything. Is getting the professionals in that will teach you how to do that. Wash clothes, be able to properly separate the whites from the colors and the whites. If you don't keep your room clean, I got a crew that's going to come and check on you to make sure you keeping your area clean, making sure you not just that, but making sure you take care of your hygiene and stuff like that. So I'm only sharing this with y'all, right? For people that don't really understand the process, and I can only say what I do with the temporary housing. I can say we because the we comes in with the professional part of everything. Then it becomes a we. But I can only tell you right now because of the temporary housing part and how we are preparing them to be more independent and responsible when they get into their permanent homes or houses. You get me? Their permanent home, while housing, home, or apartment, stuff like that. So we only preparing them. All right. And every time I say this, y'all, it just makes me go back to he's a scammer. He's stealing people money. He doing this and he doing that and he doing this. And I'm only trying to provide a service. That's why I say it's just temporary housing part. So I have to pay. If I don't get government funding, right? And if I charge you 500 for your bed space, that money goes towards us paying the rent to have a roof over your head. Miss Deborah charged you 600. That money goes towards the expenses of Miss Deborah keeping a roof over your head. I charge 5, and that's for a family in the room. Matter of fact, because this is a bigger space, um, I can charge 5 or 6 for an individual in a private room by themselves. I can't. Each room. But will that cover the expenses and the overhead wise of that building? So I have to put the clientele in. Now, I am not, unless I get government funding, that's a different thing. It can pay the expenses, it can pay the overhead, stuff like that. You know what I mean? If I'm getting government funding. So, no, I won't have to charge you for coming in. because the government funding will pay for your stuff. But when you don't get it for programs like mine, and I pay a landlord to rent the property. That's what I'm doing. I'm paying the landlord to rent the property. The landlord gonna want his rent on the first of every month from me. So what I'm trying to do is help the clients to understand, now I pay the landlord, I need you to pay your portion every first of the month. So when you go into the permanent side, I can tell that landlord that you pay your rent every first of the month. If you get paid on the third of the month, as long as you can pay it before the fifth, I can tell that landlord that you're going into the permanent housing portion of it, that you'll pay it between the first and the fifth. You understand how I do what I do? I can pay the rent, but then it has to be replaced to me for what I put out, right? But I got to make sure, and I want to make sure before I put you in a permanent place, I want to make sure you understand your responsibilities real clear. I don't want to just toss you, and that's just me being your mouthpiece to a landlord when it comes to the permanent side. That's why a lot of y'all, please share this. Please share this with your family members and everything. Because I'm only setting it up where we can help you to be more responsible, reliable, independable and independent for your own self. I might set that kind of a little bit, but the goal is to help you. I can only show you what to do, but you have to do the work in changing yourself. I can't do that. I can only provide the services and the help. So when y'all want to go in your head and you want to say, oh, he's robbing, oh, he's taking, no, no. And the housing program too. Most importantly, I keep saying, when you teaching people how to be more responsible and independent and not rely on the state and government funding, that means you have to, and I wanted to say educate them wise too, but financially, you want to teach them how to be more independent, where they won't be locked into the system like that. And they can stand on their own and take care of their families. They talking about cutting out a lot of state funding or government funding programs. So it's going to leave a lot of people without that extra help. That's why for me, the goal is to help women and children who I know that have children out here, and the fathers, not the mother, the fathers are not taking care their side of the care for the children, not the mother. You sat down and you made them, well, laid down, I said it wrong. You laid down and created the babies yourself by allowing your seed, and then you want to turn around and blame them for it. You dropped that thing in there to create that baby. She just freely allowed you to be you. And now that y'all have created a life, you don't want to do your part, men, of being responsible for that life that you helped create it. I don't care if you living with that person or not. You helped create it when you dropped that seed. She didn't drop it. You dropped it. And now you don't want to take care of your responsibilities. And you justifying and rationalizing everything why you shouldn't be a man for your responsibilities. Then you want to turn around and you get around your buddies that's just like you. You drop the seed, and now the woman is left. You want to talk bad about the woman, but you dropped the seed. If you did not want to take care, if you did not want to become a dad, you should have strapped it up. You get around your thug type homeboys and you want to talk trash. Oh, she want me to pay for this. She want me to pay for that. No, it's not that she wants you to pay for it. She shouldn't even want you to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. Steve. No, she shouldn't want you to pay for it because you created it and you should pay for it. I didn't mean for you to say that. Oh, yeah. And if you got 20 and 30 of them, you should be able to take care one by one financially. One by one. All 30. You got 50. One by one. All 50. You dropped your C's like that. 2, 3, 1. You the one dropped them things out of you. But you don't want to take the responsibilities for the seed you drop. And then you know what you'll do? She left me. She in another relationship. I don't want no man take care of my kids or you take care. No, but I don't want no old man. Do you know how that dumb that sound to me? Just the way I even look. Just the way I said it out my mouth because that's how a lot of guys talk. Well, see what happened was me and her got into an argument and I had to leave. Okay, understand you had to leave. And I left my responsibilities with her. I know. I can tell. But I'm a man. Why? Because I can sleep with this one, that one, this one, that one. Okay. But see, a man gonna take care of his responsibility. Are you taking care of your no? But I'm a man and I'm just dropping seed. And I look at you like you one of the dumbest person I ever met in my life, men. Because you don't realize you selling yourself short, sucker. And that's why I trip out on a lot of y'all on TikTok. Cause y'all come up there bragging and boasting. I got 35, 150 kids. Well, oh my God. I can tell you right now, one. So you bragging on the children that you running around having. Are you showing them any type of love, any type of affection, any type of attention? Are you holding them? Are you embracing them? Are they used to hearing your voice? Do they know what you smell like, your scent wise? I'm talking about you. Even if you're nice and clean and fresh, don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. It's your scent or your fervent, what people call it. When you have children and you being a part of their lives, the best way a baby can recognize their dad or their mom, they have to smell you. They hear your voice. They gotta hear your voice. Not just that. You put them to your heart because you want them to feel your heartbeat, hear your heartbeat. And as they feeling your heartbeat, they smelling you, your fragrance, right? Or the fragrance of the flesh. They smelling you. And the more they get comfortable with you of smelling this over and over and over, they know this is a protector. Infants does that. You can connect them with everybody else, and they'll know biologically they're not theirs. But when you have a child, come on, old man teaching y'all something. You're 50-50. old man teaching you something, right? Because I listened to some of y'all where y'all say old people don't know. Now I'm sharing it with you from a man that has children. Put them on your chest. They listening to your heart. Boop, 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 boop. I'm talking about infants. They hear your voice. I love you, baby. And they start doing it because they can feel that sense of protection. But they're connecting with you spiritually, biologically. You missing it, brothers. You missing it. And see why I still got my hand at? Because they on your chest. They hear your voice. And the more they hear it as they begin to get a little bit older, say like from the beginning part, and they beginning to get a little bit older, they know this is somebody special here. Biologically, spiritually. And what I'm speaking on, check this out. When you have a lot of children that might be blind, how do you think they identify you? And if you got 30 kids and you can't deal with them like every time for them to know who you actually are first, they smell you. They listen to your voice. That's why we always put them here. And once they get used to you, in that sense, when they get used to that, it's not another man that can come in and feel that. But now let me share this. Because I have two stepdaughters. When I met my wife, my ex, my 2-month-old, she know daddy, the heartbeat, the scent. The only difference, I'm not her biological dad. But in a spiritual sense, she know who I am. But biologically, her dad is her dad. That's the completion. You get me? From the wife. I mean, from the girlfriend. I'm sorry. From the mother side, they know mom. But when it comes to the dad side, they don't know you like that. Now, my stepdaughter, like I said, both of them, 26, because Tiana's 24. So she be 26. Look, y'all can tell I'm getting old. But look, I'm dad. Because I get the two words mixed up like dad, father, the way y'all do stuff. I'm dad. But you know what I tell her, father? That's because I can play with him like that. Now I'll play with you like this too. I'm daddy number one because I raised her. I wiped her off, made sure she was nice, neat, clean, fresh. Y'all know what I'm talking about. From a man to a female, baby wise. Right? This is his daughter. When she started her ministration, who you think brought her stuff? When she started her little booze stuff, who you think brought her stuff? Come on, brothers, talk to me. Come on, you 50-50 guys, talk to me. Talk to me. That's my daughter. When she first started having smecks at 15, I asked her, why did she do it? Because so many of her girlfriends was talking about this and talking about that. She wanted to see what it felt like. Do you talk to your daughters like that? When my 24-year-old, First laid with her friend. She talked to her dad. But her mother beat her up. Not beat her up physically. She just broke her down because she felt like she shouldn't have did it so fast, right? She didn't do it fast. Check this out, brothers. 50-50. I'm sharing this with you, 50-50. When my eight, during that time, she called me because she was hurt. Because her mother didn't appreciate it. But do y'all know how that felt? That my daughter called me and told me that she lost her virginity. And you know what I did, 50-50 guys? I said, I'm so proud of you. You know why? Because she chose to share that experience with her dad. And she did not have to. She could have waited till she was 100 years old. But she chose to call her father. Do you think I was going to turn around and say, girl, that don't make no sense. You shouldn't have. And not only that, she lost her virginity to the same guy she's talking to today that she really loved and cared for. So do you know how that felt? That she didn't just lose it to anybody. God dang it, that old man knows some stuff, y'all. Whoa, wait. And do you think I beat her down? No. Because I felt honored that she... Now I could say, yeah, girl, you was wrong, but no. Well, you could have waited till you got married and stuff like that. I could have done all that. But it was just the point that she trusted me enough to call her father and talk with her father. So what I had to do, ladies, from the way you know the mother came at it from a woman's point of view, I can't say nothing about that. But for me as a father, I had to embrace her, to turn it around. Because I respected the most, number one, that she told us, because a lot of young females don't tell their parents when they do certain things. So I felt it as an honor. And I don't need to hear you say, well, mine's better, not this and that. That's none of your freaking business, too. Because if they felt at that moment that they wanted to do some things, right, or made a choice to be with somebody that they wanted to be with, don't turn them down. The same way with my 36-year-old. She talked with me when she lost her virginity. And she lost it to the guy that she has 2 children by. So what in the freak do I look like beating my kids up or my daughters up for actually being with somebody that they really love and care for? My son, 22 now. When he came, he was, with his girlfriend. His mother said, go talk with your father. I took my son to get his blues. Now, mind you, I ain't looking around at my son. Boy, what size is that thing? Blah, blah, blah. No. You know why? Because he was born big in that area. So I knew when I took him, I couldn't get him extra small. I had to make sure it would be. And the reason why I'm saying this, right, I had my dad to take me to get nothing. I was nervous as hell. I'm telling you. When I took my son, it was like I had to grow up. Because I'm taking him to get his things right. And look. And I had to make sure they was extra big. Because I remember when he was younger, the nurses and them used to say, he's a big kid. He's a large kid. So That's the only thing stayed in my mind. I had to make sure he had something, you know. I ain't gonna sit back and say, Steve, get that nigga in there and let me look at it. And I'm laughing, y'all, because look, I was scared as shit. But I had to step up to the plate. You know what I mean? I ain't had no father in my life to do me like that. When I would put on, I did not know. Until I talk with other guys, right? I would put a condom on, and that condom I would push straight back. Where once I would release myself, I never understood why it would burn. So I was talking with some guys, and they say, man, you leave room in it. I never knew. By you put by it all the way on you like that, I was suppressing it from coming out, not knowing. But when men have conversation and we talk about certain things like this, that's why I enjoy talking with men. And because sometimes you don't know. So they taught me to leave space. You don't push it all the way back. So I'm just saying this. If you're not real big, you know not to go and buy you extra large things. If you know you got a little wee, you might have to go and get one of them baby pacifiers or balloons or things like that. You know, I'm just telling you, I mean, if we sit down and we talk about conversations, men conversation, and you say you only 3.5, don't go buy no extra large. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. That's why y'all don't want to talk with me, because I keep it real. And I ain't going to tell you what size I get, because I'm between, oh yeah, this is nice. And then I might be some women and do like this in a, God damn, I didn't know you that big inside. I didn't know that thing was that big. Because I done met some that was big. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is right. That sucker big. So I had to push it to the side. I ain't said that nothing like that in a long time. And I did not know. I did not know this. This is what my ex-wife told me. She says some women are born big and some women is being born small. I did not know. That's why some women that knows their body, you know, measurement, I'm gonna put it like that knows their bodies, knows what size that they need to really, please them. Talking some deep, serious stuff right here. Do you 50-50 guys understand that? You know when I go to do my little segments, I'm gonna send it back out like this, right? Because I know they're gonna be reading it on TikTok, and then I'll send some of it over to Facebook. But look, this is what happens when you don't really understand yourself as a human being. Now, I'm going to share this with the women, and I know y'all understand it. During our conversations of getting to know each other, I'm going to ask you certain things so I'll know what you like, what you don't like, what turns you on, what turns you off. This is the point of dating, talking, courting. A lot of guys don't do that today. A lot of you guys, you 50-50 guys, don't do it today. The movies. Walk through certain parks with the waterfalls. I know where they at. Rather in Baltimore City or in College Park or in DC. So for me, when you dating somebody, and it all depends on her class, you want to take her to more conservative places. Not only that, and let me back up with that, and I apologize. If I know you are inner city type of female and you're not, or queen, and you're not used to going to like Columbia, Maryland, or you're not used to going to College Park, I'm going to take you to these places because it's the goal. The goal is to take you out of a certain atmosphere and to take you in the beautiness of other places. You get me? So if I know you the type of person that's, oh my God, I was gonna say tell on myself from back in the days. If you was the type of female, because I haven't been in a serious relationship in 6 years now, but if you the type of female or queen, right? Because I know a lot of women don't like that word female, that never been in a park. I mean, walk through a park with like waterfalls and all that type of stuff, right? We had one in Baltimore City that I know of, but it's a lot of beautiful places here where you can take the woman out of that natural atmosphere that she used to and take her to a beautiful sighting place. That's what I'll do. I can't speak for the 50-50 men, okay? I'm going to take you to some romantic spots that either I done drove, I done been to, or when I say drove, because I drove in different areas of Maryland in the tractor trailer. So I seen some places where I'm like, ooh, I like this. And what I would do, I would take you to those areas if I know these are areas that you're not used to visiting when you're dating other clowns. This clown want to show you some nice stuff. And it's areas in Baltimore City off of Falls Road. Let me make that clear because that's where one of the parks at too. But when you go into this area, it's a different class of people that you're dealing with. Have some beautiful restaurants there. And when I say that, you're not just dealing with black people, you're dealing with conservative, upper class people. So the goal is, even if we're married, this is what I learned to do too. If we don't do nothing else, once a month, take you to dinner, take you to the movies, because we got to have date nights. It could be twice a month. I'm just saying it all depends on how our schedule is. Well, right now, by me being a single man, we probably could do it just about every weekend. If once I get into a relationship, just to go out and enjoy stuff, because now my kids are grown. So if I get into a newer relationship, yes, I want to court you. I want to date you. I don't want to jump into the bed real quick. No, I don't. So this is what I want to do. And when it comes to me getting back into the swing of things, I don't want to rush sleeping around. I can do that anyway. I can do that anytime. Understand, I deal with a lot of women. So if I want some, I got a lot of women that I deal with. I can get some from. So that's not a problem. It's just that I want to be able to, dag, I've been on this thing for 7 hours. Romance you, court you, date you, see what you like, see what you're about, because I have to fill you out to see if this is the type of person or that I want to deal with, you know, the rest of my life. So I have to fill you out. Not only this, check out what I'm getting ready to say. Normally, when you meet somebody, you meet the representative. So you have to give them time for the head to turn around, for you to find out, oh my God, I ain't know you was like this. So now what you're learning to meet the complete person. Because when you first in a relationship or you courting and dating, you're meeting the representative. But what a lot of y'all fail to see, and I had to look at myself, when I say I'm a loving, caring, kind, considerate man, that's the good qualities. But sometimes I could be a rotten, no good son of a sea biscuit. I'm still that man. But the point is, love me. Learn to love me for the complete person that I am. And that's what I have to understand. A lot of people get into relationships, and the moment they see that opposite side, oh, he ain't this, he ain't that, or she ain't this, she ain't that. No, she always been like that. It's just that she didn't want you to see that side for the moment. So when you see certain sides, and I'm talking about character-wise, personality-wise, you have to learn to love the good side and the bad side of that individual. Now, a lot of this I did not understand early on in any of my relationships, because I can only speak on the marriages part of me, right? Most of the women or that I married, they are very responsible, productive women. But then they made sure Steve was taken care of, don't get it wrong. But it's the attitude, it's the personality, it's the individual. You never want to steal that person's independence. So when I hear a lot of y'all get into certain things and then you want to fix, you want to mold, no, you're screwing up. Because you don't want to fix and mold the person out to be who you want them to be. You love them and accept them for who they are. Good side and bad side. Because we all have it. So when I listen to a lot of, I'm going to say, immature people, if I get into a relationship where I feel like, now mind you, I'm only sharing with you from my experiences of doing certain things. But when I get into a relationship and I love the individual for who the individual is, you do not try to fix them. Love them for who they are. And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm a well-dressed, classy man. So is my ex-wife, woman-wise. So is my daughters. You know why? Because of the way their father carried himself and because of the way their mother carried herself. If my son, and the majority of the times my son is in soccer clothes, because that's what he play a lot, soccer. Whenever my son has a function coming up to go to, he will tell me, Dad, I need you to take me shopping. Because he know his father is a classy man. My daughter went to the Mercedes dealers. When y'all see me post that picture of me with my legs crossed sitting like that, because my daughter know when I deal with certain people, you have to carry yourself a certain way. So when I stepped up in that Mercedes dealership, let me tell you something, boy, I was looking like $1 million. But it was my daughter that was going to get the Mercedes. She said, Dad, I want you to go with me to the car dealership. And she know I'm a dress nice. But the outfit I had on, when she said that, she said, I want you to wear that outfit. I stepped up in there with a better looking outfit. And I ain't had to open up my mouth. That's all I had to do is look around and observe. That's the confidence. And mainly the reason why she wanted me to go, because she didn't want them to play her to get over on her. Now my thing is, at the car dealership, if you really want to sell me a car, you're going to do what you got to do for me to get in it. You ain't got to go around the Marbury Bush. I learned that through the process of buying things or doing things. Don't do the sales pitch with me. See, none of y'all will tell them that. You don't have to do the sell pitch with me. When I'm letting you know what I can do, what I can afford, what I'm presented with, I don't need you to sell me no other bull junk. If it's anything, save me some money. My daughter, which I didn't know at that time, was willing to pay up to $1,000 for that Mercedes. I'm like, huh? No. But I understood that's what she figured out. That's the way she added stuff up. So I had to respect where she was at. She makes $60,000 a year being a paralegal. She don't have all that expensive like gas, electric, all that overhead stuff. So she was telling me, Daddy, I can afford it and this is what I want. Okay. That's how my kids are. That's how I taught them. She did her research. She knew what she had to do. She knew how much it would cost her for the price of the car and everything. And the thing is, she was sticking towards the year that she wanted. So no matter what they were saying to her, how they wanted her, well, we can put you in this, you can put you in that. No, this is what I want right here. That's what I love about my daughter. Daughters, let me put it like that. Because I try to teach my daughters about not standing on your morals and values and principles. That's all I'm trying to get to. And my son as well. See, a lot of us and grown people, we switch and we sway. We switch and sway. Go whatever the wind blow. That's why you lost at the ages that you are. That's why I tell people, mainly younger guys, when I hear you talking that 50-50 bull junk, the same way my mother taught me that men take care of their responsibilities. I don't want no men or boys living off my daughters like they wanted her kids or their kids. No. If you come in their lives, now I'm not saying to a degree, I want you to make more than them financially. I want you to be able to provide for them more. I do. I do. I don't want no men or no boys living off my daughters. And do y'all know a lot of people, a lot of guys get offended with that? Why can't you do what you do? But you call yourself a man. You call yourself a man. And you still living under your mama's roof. 25, 30 years old, out there making all these kids, but you under mama's roof. And it's okay to be under mama's roof. But if you out there making a family, you're supposed to be providing for your family. And I'm talking to my brothers. I'm talking to my kings. And I just want the ladies to know, stop pampering these guys like they are babies. Stop. And let me say this. You got children. And you sitting up here taking care of man like he's a child. Now I'm going to say that again. You got children. But then you got a man that you taking care of like he's one of your children, and you sleeping with him. You taking care of irresponsible man like he's a baby, and you having and you all right with that? You all right with the 50-50, man? A brother like me, I wouldn't even want you. Because that speaks a lot of value to me. You got a man. And you got what? One, two, three children by this man. One, two, three. You got four. You're not taking care of just your own children. You providing for a man, a grown man that's acting like a child. And you want to talk some mean trash. Ladies, I ain't got to say a word out my mouth. When I hear a lot of y'all, my brothers, talk on that 50-50 note, talking about, I ain't taking no woman to the movies, I ain't doing this, I ain't doing that, and they chase after you anyway. And you telling her what you not going to do as a responsible, productive man. You telling her in her face, I ain't taking you to the movies, I ain't going to take you to the waterfalls, I ain't going to take you to through the parks where we can walk through the hand in hand. I'm not taking you to no romantic facilities. I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that. And you will pick them anyway.